You know what? It is, I don't want to turn.
Okay, well, let's get started. Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us. We will jump right into item number one, the presentation that I imagine most, if not all of you, are here to listen to by Ted Mickelson. Ted, if you'll take your place behind the cookie box.
Just lay it, just close the lid.
Just turn it around. Would it give you a fork? Yes.
Okay, and I'm not used to giving presentations sitting, so I'll try and stay still. I usually walk around a lot during them, but
Whatever makes you comfortable. You want
Just
to
have to
pace?
turn the microphone.
yeah. No, well, thanks for giving me a few minutes to talk about this. Just to introduce, we've got Parker Versamak on the Zoom with us. He's also a project manager on this project, so he's the guy that knows stuff. So he'll be correcting me during this presentation when I step out of bounds. So what my hopes is just really to provide information to the council on the project. I know there's been a lot of discussion. I hear a lot of things that are talked about. Some of it's, beyond what we would get involved with on the engineering aspect. And sometimes the information, I think, gets misinterpreted and stuff like that. So we just want to be here to present what the project is, give you the information and the data, and then we'll let you guys, we're not here to persuade you. We're going to be impartial about this. How you guys choose to use the information for the project is, we're going to leave up to you guys, because we are going to be impartial about this.
Great.
All right. So having said that, I hope to keep this as a data project information discussion, because there are some questions I know that are more emotion driven that I probably won't be able to answer, and we'll probably defer. But we'll start into the presentation. As you have questions, just feel free to jump in and ask us questions. We want to make this interactive and talk through it. I sent the presentation out to y'all beforehand to review, so you could have a chance to look at the information, develop questions. But we'll go through it, probably not everything in detail, but we'll talk through some of the highlight stuff through this. But what we're wanting more is ask questions and let's talk about it, and we'll give you the best information we have at this point.
Great.
Okay. So with that, Jody, can you? Yeah, there we go. She's going to pull up the presentation. So I chose a really pretty picture here just to set the tone for the meeting. Calm everybody.
No snow.
What's that?
No snow.
No snow. We've got nice plants growing. Yeah, clouds, blue sky. So can you do that in present mode?
Yeah.
Okay, can you do that in
Like the
present
river going
mode?
down Woodland Hills Drive, the lower half.
Presentation mode.
There's a lot of water, like it's coming out of something.
That
Down at the-
gauntlet looking button in the bottom right.
Go to the bottom right. Right, next one over. Next, yeah, there we go. Okay. Now we'll go. So this is what actually the title of the project is. It's called the Utah County NRCS WSO. WSO stands for Watershed Operations, and we'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute project. This is the Woodland Hills portion of the project, the watershed project. So that's what we're going to really focus on today, is kind of talk about our project. We'll start off with some information about the project as a whole. All right, next slide, Jody. So the project purpose. Several Utah counties, as you know, were affected by the Polk Creek Bald Mountain fires. And shortly after the fires, huge concerns about flooding and debris flows, which usually follows fires. That was pretty evident with the city being concerned when we put up all the barriers up there on Eagle Nest, and that those were put up to try and direct flood waters out of that particular basin if needed. So the actual fires affected 6 communities primarily, including Utah County, unincorporated Utah County areas. So Utah County sponsored a project through the NRCS for mitigation improvements throughout the southern end of Utah County and the communities that were affected by the fire. The communities all became co-sponsors on the project. So Utah County is kind of driving the project with the NRCS, and each of the cities are co-sponsors to the project. And that was Spanish Fork, Salem, Woodland Hills, Elk Ridge, Payson, Santaquin. And then there are also some associated irrigation companies that are involved in the project as well, as through Salem and Payson and some of those irrigation companies over there. Strawberry, if you're familiar with Strawberry Irrigation Company and those guys.
So are all these cities participating?
All these cities are participating in the project at different levels. Right? Have different kinds of improvements that they're looking for because of the fires. So namely, this affected drainage basins, the fires did, and the drainage basins reside above all these communities. The basins were in Spanish Fork Canyon, Crab Creek, Broad Canyon, which is Broad Hollow, Loafer Canyon, Payson Canyon, and Picayune Canyon, which is over by Santaquin. So those are all the canyons that were affected by the fire and became part of the project. So the project then was divided between two NRCS programs. And we're going to talk about the funding here in a minute, but we'll describe what these acronyms are. But the project was divided between two NRCS programs. The first program was the Emergency Watershed Protection. The Emergency Watershed Protection is a program under the NRCS that allows community to access funding more quickly and implement some mitigation improvements, some limited mitigation improvements more readily. That is the program that we use to build that channel through the park to divert the flows out of the debris basin that was built. So it was actually EWP program that built that channel. Now, there are limited things you can do under the EWP program. It's a 220-day start to finish. From the time the contract's signed with the NRCS till you have to have construction complete, you have 220 days. That's design, getting a contractor, getting it built, but it limits what you can do. You can't do structures, you can't do basins. It's mostly just for drainage protection and stuff like that. So we did about, I think it was around $9 million worth of work throughout southern Utah County in all these communities with that EWP program, which, like I said, did our channel through the park. That project's complete. So we're no longer working under the EWP program. That's done and closed out. The Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Operations Program, or what we call the Watershed Ops Program, is the one we're working under now. That's another program under the NRCS that is a more long-term program, but allows you to, it opens up the door to do more long-term improvements that can be implemented to be longer lasting, but it also allows you to consider more things in what you're looking at in this program. It is a longer program. Instead of 220 days, this one usually takes 3 to 5 years from start to finish because there's a lot of federal nexus to it, including environmental clearances that we have to get, public participation meetings we have to hold, and going through the design and construction. So this is a more longer term program. So that's the program we're working under now. Under this Watershed Ops program that we're working under, there are 3 phases to the program. The Watershed Planning and Environmental phase, which we call the Plan EA phase for short. And that's the program, that's the phase we're working in now. It is 100% paid for by the NRCS. And we're about probably, I want to say 75, 80% complete with this phase. Basically, this phase is about a 30% design of the improvements that would be implemented. And the reason we do that much design is mainly it's to get what the project footprint is so we can do the environmental assessment, because we have to get our environmental clearances before we can start design, the final design. So what we're doing now is about a 30% design, and we're going through a whole environmental process. Included with this is a benefit cost analysis that we have to do. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. The second phase is the engineering and technical assistance phase. After you complete the Plan EA phase, you then reapply for funding for the technical assistance, which is really to take the project to a final design. That one's also 100% funded by the NRCS. The last phase is the installation and construction phase. That's where we bring a contractor on board to build the improvements, to construct them. And that is funded on a participation level depending on the program, cost share. In this case, most of the projects we're doing in the county right now under this program, you can see the project designations in that box there. Most of these we're going to submit to the NRCS as a flood prevention project. In that case, it is 100% paid for by the NRCS. Those are other, and also watershed protection. Other programs that they offer under this program, you can see there have different levels of participation. This will be the flood prevention, is what we're submitting this project as. So any questions on the program we're working in? So that's the program we're being funded by, and the people involved in. Let's talk a little bit, just real quickly, about some of the program requirements. So Jody, next phase. I just want to make sure we're clear on what this funding is that we're working with, right? So the NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, is an agency within the United States Department of Agriculture. So their funding comes from generally federal appropriations and the U.S. Farm Bill, which gets renewed, I think, every 3 to 5 years or something like that by the federal government. So that's where the funding comes from for this program, and they fund many programs, right? Through the U.S. Department of Agriculture funds many programs. This is one of them they fund. It's funded through the federal government. The Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Operation is authorized by the Flood Control Act of 1944, but primarily under the Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Act of 1954. It's public law. The PL stands for Public Law 83-566. So sometimes you'll hear this called the PL 566 is what sometimes we'll refer to it as that. So watershed ops or PL 566 are basically used interchangeable for the same thing. It provides, basically, this is a program set up to provide for cooperation between the federal government and states and their political subdivisions, which is cities and counties, to address resource concerns due to erosion, floodwater, sediment, anything associated with flood mitigation, stuff like that. Now, it doesn't just apply to projects that are impacted by fires, right? So we use this program for a lot of different projects throughout the United States. It's used for flood prevention, protection, mitigation, just issues where they've had that type of hazard in the past. It can be used for that. It's not just areas impacted by fires. It can be for anything under flood prevention. Sponsors or co-sponsors are responsible for land ownership, rights of ways, acquisition, local public participation, permits and licenses in eminent domain, and operations and maintenance, and financial contribution if required, if you have a cost share. In this case, we don't really have a cost share.
And we're considered a co-sponsor.
We're
because
considered a co-sponsor.
The county is the sponsor.
Right. So what we would be responsible for in this project is make sure that we have land ownership of anything that we would put an improvement on, or a right-of-way, or an easement. Any permits or licenses that are required, we would be required to facilitate that process. And then obviously the long-term operation and maintenance of the project once it's built. The watershed program allows for, and I put in an expanded scope, and I'll explain that here in a minute, to address flooding concerns. The total project cost, this is program, the total project cost cannot exceed $25 million. And that's the limit we're bumping up against under this Utah County program. All the projects throughout all these communities and unincorporated Utah County that we're planning are reaching that $25 million mark. Or it can't be greater than 250,000 acres of basin area you're considering in the project, which ours is under that. You also have to demonstrate a 20% benefit to agriculture or be a rural community of less than 50,000. So we're a rural community, right? And most of the communities involved in this project are rural communities under the NRCS criteria. So, and then eligible projects have to have a benefit cost ratio of 1.0 or greater through a benefit cost analysis that we conduct using very specific criteria developed by the NRCS. In short, what that means is for any particular project, for example, our project, we have to do flood modeling. We'll talk about that here in a minute, but the flood modeling is very outlined by the NRCS how that happens. Meaning it's not just stuff we just kind of throw out there, right? It's stuff that the NRCS has guidelines on how we do this. They have guidelines on how you do your benefit cost ratio. And there's actually specialists out there that do this work that we employ to do these benefit cost ratios and this analysis. In short, what that means is the cost of the damages that would result to structures, infrastructure, public, is greater than the cost of the project to prevent or mitigate that hazard. That's basically what that means. Right? So in other words, it's cheaper to build the improvement than it would be to allow the damage to happen. That's what a benefit cost ratio basically says. And in our case, our benefit cost ratio is right around about, for Woodland Hills, and I think I put that in here, we'll talk about it in a minute, it's about 2.5. So that's through their guidelines, that's what we've come up with, which means we're obviously very eligible for the project to receive the funding. All right, any questions about the program, about the funding, about the NRCS? Then we'll dive kind of more into project stuff.
I have one question about what you just went through. So with respect to easements, property and so forth that would be involved, would we, as it's envisioned, would what is being considered, would that require property acquisitions or is the property already the city's
So,
necessary property?
yeah, so all the improvements we've been looking at right now are either within city-owned property, and we've specifically looked at, for example, where the basin would be to make sure that we can fit that and sized it to fit within the city property, or within easements, roadway easements, or public utility easements on lot lines that the city has.
Okay, so it wouldn't require any.
So
property
this one
purchases,
doesn't
easement
require any
purchases.
property. The last EWP project did. This one,
And it was
we've
a
stayed away.
Surprise, wasn't it, last time? Or-
No, it wasn't necessarily a surprise. We knew we needed to get the property. The way some of the costs went became a surprise. I'll put that way. But needing the property wasn't. And that's why we went after additional funding on that project through FEMA, because FEMA will purchase property with their funding. And the state then also, as you saw my last, the state also gave us funding to purchase the property as well. Yeah, that was more
We
of the
got
surprise.
4 properties.
That hurt.
Two
yeah.
of them hurt us.
This is a bigger thing than I see happening. Like I see us with a basin, and I see us with all kinds of, obvious work that we've spent money doing mitigation under this program. Why don't I see that same thing happening in Elk Ridge, Payson, or Santaquin? No basins, if it's appropriate during your discussion here, I'd like to know the status of those cities, primarily Elk Ridge, Santaquin, and Payson, since they're right on the face of this mountain that we share.
Sure.
Okay.
So Elk Ridge, we had specifically had a basin kind of planned, but the the program that we were working under at that time when we did the improvements up here, the NRCS did not pay for this basin. We sought, as a city on our own, we sought additional funding from FEMA to build the basin because we knew that would be of most value to our city. Other cities didn't pursue other funding. Therefore, a basin is not an eligible expense under the EWP program that we were working under the NRCS. So we couldn't build basins, and those cities did not at the time pursue additional funding through other agencies like we did. In those, for example, Elk Ridge, we had planned a channel all the way down through Loafer Canyon. That got turned down by the property owners because they had to give up private property in order to build this channel to be of any good. And just in short, the city leadership said, if in order for this to work, we're not going to exercise eminent domain. We want all property owners to agree to an easement to the city in order to build this. And there were 4 holdouts that wouldn't agree. So that project for the channel died. We went into Loafer Canyon up above the homes, and we put in some channelization with some silt fencing and things like that to help at least slow it down and collect debris. So that did get built in Loafer Canyon. And we're also under this now watershed operations program that allows us to do more improvements and consider additional things beyond just channels. We're planning in Loafer Canyon more improvements there that are would direct all their flood waters down the road.
Does that work
basically.
above the homes at the end of Loafer Canyon, or is it mixed in, or
The one that's being planning now,
the one that you did?
the one that we did is above the homes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up above the homes. It's the city bought, so in addition to us getting state funding to buy property, Elk Ridge also got some state money. And so they bought some property up Loafer Canyon above the homes, and we went in and put in, it's called silt fencing. It's kind of a permanent, more rigid silt fencing than you see this little black mesh stuff. But we put in layers of silt fencing and some basically kind of a serpentine channel to help slow the flows down, collect debris before it come down the canyon.
Okay.
And that's the only eligible thing we could do under that program. But now, in addition to that, we're looking at a basin and a pipe that would pipe it all the way down Loafer Canyon. That will be under this program that we're doing ours under. Payson, we also did a bunch of work up in Payson Canyon under this program. We didn't do a debris basin because it wasn't covered under this program. We did a bunch of cleaning, some overshots over some irrigation structures. We redid one irrigation structure. We did some overshots to take the floodwaters over the Strawberry Highline Canal that comes down through the Strawberry Canal that comes down through there. So they have that big basin at the bottom of the canyon. I don't know if you've ever, as you start up the canyon, you look off to your left as you're going up, huge basin over there. That's what that is. It's a flood debris basin. We went in and cleaned all that out, hauled tons of dirt out of there to clean it out and get it back to its original capacity. So did a bunch of work in Payson Canyon, and then over in Santa Quinn up Picayune Canyon, did a bunch of work over there as well, but not basins because it wasn't covered on the program. So we did a bunch of work in those canyons as well, and we're planning more work with this project up there, including basins and work on the Payson Lake dams. Those are included in this project. Some work on those dams will need to be done and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I think Corbett, you had something to add to that? Yeah, would you talk? Corbett, for the benefit of those online, will you get a microphone?
He's just giving Ted instructions. Get up.
I was going to say maybe just have Ted talk to the fact that you didn't have to do a basin. You looked at, I mean, we looked at a design that would have been a channel work for the whole way without the basin, but the basin gives you the opportunity to slow the water down, filter it, and then just deal with the water and the outflow instead of the debris.
Thanks.
Thanks, Corey.
Yeah.
On that slide, it says that we potentially will be beholden to future operation costs and maintenance. Do you see anything that we would be beholden to do?
Yeah. So one of the things we look at, and with this basin up here, we had to sign actually a paper with FEMA that was basically, we had to build kind of an operational cost for that basin. Corbett had to put his John Hancock on it. We had to send it to them before they close out the project, basically agreeing that we will operate and maintain, knowing the cost of this. It came out to be about an annual cost of around $7,600, if I remember right. And I've got the paper on my desk in there. With a majority of that time being staff time to go inspect it, a year.
Okay.
So two things we looked at. That includes staff time, their cost to go and inspect the basin, which is the primary annual thing that you do, is you go inspect it. We did put a little bit of money in there as well if they have to, clean out a rack or something like that that year. And then we also suggested putting aside, maybe a couple thousand or something like that a year, just in the event you get a big flood or avalanche flow that comes down that, and you have to do some major cleaning, that you've already got money set aside to hire a contractor to do that. So we suggested in there putting aside, a couple $1,000s a year to do that. So I would suspect it'd be similar for this, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
And that 7,600 a year is ongoing, no end date.
As long as the basin is in need of operations and maintenance, yeah.
And most of that is staff time and inspection.
A lot of it was staff time. Yeah. A lot of it was just time to go inspect, and most of it was we consider, because you have to consider staff hourly time to do this, right? Because that's a cost, real cost. So that was a lot of the time, in addition to some cash set aside, just in the event there is something, you can clean it out.
If there was unforeseen cost in this next project, is there anything you can think of that could pop up that would be an extra expense to the city?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that here in a minute under the funding program. So we'll cover a part of it now. So under the NRCS, 100% of it under flood prevention is paid for by the NRCS. The one cost that's not paid for by the NRCS is administration time on the city side. So if you have city staff that has to do certain things, you can't recover that cost. Whether it's a real cost to the city or not, it is, because staff time is a real cost, right? How you absorb that, is a city decision. That's one cost they won't absorb, but it's not an outright invoice that you pay, right? It's staff time for any administration related to the project. That's the cost I don't think you can recuperate. And then we'll talk a little bit about how this project gets split up between, once again, 2 funding programs. And there is a cost share to the city for the one funding program. And I'll cover that here in just a minute, if that's okay. But any other questions still? So since we have no property involved in this one, property acquisition, that was the biggest outlier in the last one we had. Because then you're working with, property owners, and that's hard to get a value on. And, the value is what the people want to be paid for it, right? So, and we had most of that covered. There was just a part that became a little bit of a surprise. All right, next slide, Jody. Any other questions on the funding, or who's funding it, the funding program, how it works? So we'll talk specifically about Woodland Hills project now. So Woodland Hills, the reason this project came about and was developed was because of the fires. The fires came across a couple of our basins drainage basins up there. The one we already mitigated under the EWP, that was the most severely impacted, but it also affected Broad Canyon, which is the one that comes down on the tanks. Right? We call it Broad Hollow. That canyon was touched by the fire. We'll talk about how we kind of look at that here in a minute. But it was impacted by the fire, so it became, under our application, an eligible item to look at. Now, under the Watershed Operations Program, we get to expand the scope a little bit as well. We're not as limited as we were in the EWP program. This allows us to expand it a little bit, to look at some current concerns we have. In addition to that, for example, the county is planning a lot of work under this program up Spanish Fork Canyon, up near Thistle. And some of that, is expanding beyond what was maybe a real fire issue, but helps with flooding issues. And so it still fits the program, but maybe wasn't a direct result of the fire. So it allows us to expand just a little bit, but we still have to kind of tie it to the purpose of the funding. So that's the second part, right? It's a flood debris mitigation project, but can include some limited related expanded features. The purpose of the project is a flood debris mitigation project. And just want to note on that I know we've talked about avalanche, and is this really an avalanche project, or is it really a flood debris mitigation project? The project is a flood debris mitigation project. It's being planned for flood debris mitigation. It's being modeled as a flood debris mitigation project, and is being, under the purpose of the project for the NRCS, that's how everything's being planned. We're not considering, I can't say we're not considering avalanche, because we have to, because when we build, for example, the basin up there, we're putting an embankment in, and we have to look to see if an avalanche comes down that canyon, how is it going to affect that basin? We have to consider that in our design. So avalanche does get considered in the project, but it is not an avalanche hazard project, if that makes sense. But we do consider avalanche in the project. So
if something comes down, so that basin doesn't get compromised by that unintended consequence of a potential avalanche, so that the dam remains strong.
in part, correct, yes, because the embankment is considered a dam. So in addition to just these federal agencies, all these guidelines that we have to follow, this also has to go through a Utah dam safety approval, because of the embankment that's built up on the other side is considered a dam of some level. The one over here that we did on this basin over here is also a dam. It's a low hazard dam, which is, the least regulated type of dam. But it is a dam, so we have to go through dam safety modeling. They have specific requirements that we have to go through. And some of those we have to see how an avalanche would impact this. So we do have to consider that.
Well,
in
and
the
that's actually
analysis.
a significant concern of mine, is if an avalanche, that's a known avalanche area.
Right.
If an avalanche demolishes it, we would be obliged to rebuild it
Right.
On our own nickel.
Right. So to say that it is an avalanche project, no. Do we have to consider avalanche in our design? Yes.
But not necessarily make it avalanche proof.
We have to look at it to make sure that embankment would withstand an avalanche if it came down.
Okay.
Was that a this year avalanche or last year?
Yes, every year avalanche, regardless of when it comes down. Right. So, and I just put this detail up here. Just I want to let you know that, and I don't want to talk through this all the details that go into this, but it's a very defined process how we design these through the NRCS. Right. They've done this for years. We do these flood mitigation basins for the NRCS. They do them dozens of them a year. We've got, I don't know, probably a dozen NRCS projects going on right now in our company alone. And so it's a very defined process. It goes through a very rigorous review. They have very defined inputs that we put into these models. We use a model that was developed by the USACE, which is the United States Army Corps of Engineers, called HEC. It's modeling that they developed that we use, and it has defined inputs that we put into it. In other words, it's not just stuff that we come up with. So for example, soil data goes into it that comes from the Soil Conservation Service, right, of the soil types. Vegetative cover that we have specifically here goes into the model. The rain data comes from like NOAA's rain gauge data. It's actual rainfall data that's collected in the area. So all this stuff that we input into this model when we do this analysis is information that's gathered from just years of collecting data. And then once we get the model built, we also calibrate the model. And we do that using stream gauge data. So the state has gauges in a lot of streams around the area. And keep in mind, this project is southern Utah County wide. So we're looking at stream gauges across southern Utah County, not just specific to our project, but across the county here. And we use that to calibrate our pre-fire information we look at. And then looking at post-fire, we look specifically at that storm that happened right after the fires that flooded Loafer Canyon. That was about a 2 to 5 year storm. And that's what we used to calibrate our post-fire data, was that storm event. So it's information that very defined data that we put in, and it's calibration that we use, that we calibrate the model using actual data from these drainages too. So it's very defined what we do in this process. So when you look at these modeling maps, this is information that the model produces. And it's produced off all this data that's gathered in this area out of this model. So we look at then the flood that happens in the event there are no improvements put in place. Now this flood map you're looking at here is, I think that one was the 100-year. It is the 100-year inundation map. So 100-year means that's a storm event that could happen once in 100 years. And that actually model shows you the flood that could happen, potentially could happen as a result of that. Now we're looking at a combination of pre-fire and post-fire data there. So it's not either so what we do is we look at all this rain, and it's hard to explain in layman's terms, but we're looking at the way the rain falls in the basin. And then we assign a certain weight to that as if the basin's not been touched by fire and if it has been touched by fire. And we weight those hydrographs together at certain percentages, which kind of gives us a combo of maybe like a partially burned basin, if that makes sense. And to get that information, we go back to the BEAR reports that were developed after the fire, and we look at their burn severity maps. And they put together very thorough maps of where the fire burned and how severe it was in the areas. And that's where we gather all that burn data. And we come up with that weighting. It's through that burn severity mapping. So this is all, defined information that goes into this analysis.
Can I ask one quick question here too? So in terms of, I've looked into this a little bit in terms of hydrological sort of, I guess, in terms of hydrological risk, I've read that within 5 years of a burn scar, there is sufficient structure that burn scar is not really much more of a threat than any other surrounding hillside. So what I'm getting at is, were it not for the burn scar, is this a significant flooding risk, this area?
So that then comes down to looking at storm events. So then you're talking about pre-fire conditions, right? And we do kind of look at a weighting of pre-fire conditions. So, and that's a good question. It would depend on the storm event. It would probably take a fairly significant storm event to show some significant flooding out of there. One we probably haven't seen for a while and may not see for a long time. So the answer is yes and no. Would we see something in our lifetimes? We could not. Could there be something? Yes. Modeling shows there could. You get a 500-year storm hits that with no fire, you could get that same result that you're seeing there. Now, the other risk you're looking at is what happens if this burns and becomes more severe, right? If this mountain burns again and the burn is more severe next time. I mean, we're looking at kind of data we got from this burn. So you can go both ways on that, right?
What season of the year are we looking at for this type of a potential flood?
It's not really a season as it is rainfall. It depends on when the rainstorms come. It's an event. Yeah, not really a season, but it's more of an event.
So it's any time of year, basically.
It could be, yeah, any time of year when you have a rainfall that is equivalent to a 100-year rainfall event, which is your inches per hour.
I guess my real question then is, right now we've got, an 80-degree day that's melting snow. We've got rivers running down the streets, right? Is that part of this calculation, or are we talking just rain, kind of like we had, 7 years ago with the rain that hit the mountain that then caused a lot of flooding and mudslides? Or is it, late summer? I guess those are kind of the situations, or is the answer just yes?
No, the answer is really, I mean, I don't know that this so much has in the analysis like snow melt specifically. And Parker can jump in if he wants to correct me, but generally it's based on rainfall data, right? So storm events happen over kind of a bell curve type shape, right? A storm starts and you're building up your storm event, your water's building up, then you hit a peak where you've hit your peak water, and then it comes off and tapers off, right? That's kind of how storms happen. So, and then you collect that rainfall data. This is really looking at more of those type of storm events that have that kind of, we call it a hydrograph to it, than it would be just kind of a melt off a mountain. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
Now, when that storm event happens is,
With sufficient heat, you could make the melt on the mountain look like a rainstorm.
you could.
It's really just talking about water coming off the mountain, however it gets there.
Yeah.
And can I just ask one more question? So
Uh-huh.
would this be the hot spot it is? I mean, are there other areas that are more vulnerable to these 1,000-year event sort of storms? I mean, is this the one that is the most vulnerable spot
In the
in
city.
the city? Again, taking out the burn scar issue.
I would say this one and the one that we already did the mitigation for are probably the two most impactful to the city. We've got some other things that we were considering looking at, but not related to this project.
Thanks.
And just kind of for information, I mean, this is becoming more and more. It's interesting, and this is just okay. This is going to be a little bit less data driven, and just for information. Floods and fires are happening more and more often. When we say a 100-year storm event, that means once in 100 years. You could get 2 of those in 5 years. And that seems to be becoming more prevalent. Now, I'm not saying it will. And so a lot of cities, for example, with this development that's going to happen over here in Maple, we call it Maple Canyon, but the Davis property, Salem actually required them to do an analysis similar to this for Maple Canyon as if a fire happened, because they want them putting this stuff in before all the homes go in. And so we actually did an analysis for that canyon as well, just similar to all this, and planned basins that will go in as part of that development. We're doing the same thing over in Saratoga right now, up above where the new temple is, and all that development's pushing up the hillside there. Doing the same analysis over there now off of it's Israel Canyon. Yeah, I actually was part of that dump fire, but it's where the dump fire happened and all that mud flow came down. I was actually over in the basements over there shoveling mud out of basements during that flood debris flow over there. I lived about 2 blocks away. So, I mean, this is something that's, and I've especially this year, a lot of people are in, and I've probably met with half a dozen cities this year already talking about what can we do to prevent flooding in the future. So anyway, so when we looked at this kind of the weighted, we came up with about a 31 acre foot basin, and that's a balance of what we can capture over numerous storm events and release out of the basin. Now, that also includes about 50 years of sediment storage in the basement. So we consider that if you allow the sediment to build up for about 50 years, we could still capture the 100-year storm event in that basin. As you can see, the interesting thing is out of this Broad Hollow Basin, is the flows actually go down Deep Forest, across Eagle Nest at that low point, and then down through that, if you know where Richard is, kind of down top of Bridger. And that's the way the floods actually go. This is the analysis that the NRCS requires of us to do, this flood model, because then we use this to do the benefit cost ratio. So we look at this flood model and say how many homes or what kind of infrastructure is being impacted by this flooding in this model. And that's how we come up with the cost of the damage that would result from a flood event. And then that also helps us figure out how are we going to mitigate this from happening, right?
So just to put this in layman's terms, if we do nothing and we get this kind of a storm, that blue represents where the water is modeled to go.
Correct.
So those are the homes that are in trouble.
Correct. That would be the direction. And this is, we use terrain data. We call it LIDAR. If you're familiar, it's topo data we gather. So it helps us figure out the slopes. So it's kind of cool to watch these models. I mean, what you're looking at is a snapshot. You can actually see the water flows in these models. If you look at them live and watch them, you can see how this path goes, right? This is just a snapshot of that. So this is the way, based on all the terrain data and all the inputs that we put into this and the calibration, this is the result of a 100-year storm event and the path it would take. Now, once again, it's the model data that we're required to do, right? For the NRCS, this is how we develop the project and how we come up with our benefit costs.
And after that big rain, after our fire, there was a mud flow that resembles the blue above Deep Forest.
Yeah.
I mean, there was actually mud across the trail up there that come out of that.
Yeah, and so the city also, when the avalanche happened out of this same basin, when that big avalanche came down, it was about 40 acre feet. It was estimated, I believe. Corbett can correct me where I'm wrong, but I think where I read that it was 40 acre feet, 43 acre feet of snow that came down. It kind of took that path as well. And one of the recommendations from that report was to basically build a berm all the way across that property right there. So anyway, any more questions on, this is kind of our project, right? And then we'll go into a little bit more information about this, but this is how we develop this is how we go through the analysis. And I just want to share that to let you know, it's a very defined, thorough analysis and the reason why we do this analysis. All right, next slide, Jody. Oh.
This is not good.
You start over.
Yeah. I've already gotten too much longer than I wanted to go on my talking.
Well done, Corbett. I take it back.
So once we do that modeling and we see what the result of the damage can do, we then have to figure out how to mitigate that. It's a requirement of the program under the NRCS to figure out what improvements can we do to mitigate that from happening. So what we developed here was we said, okay, the city's got some property right out of the bottom of that drainage. We'll go up and we'll build a 31 acre foot, essentially flood debris basin that will capture the flood and debris that would come out of that drainage. And then we release it at a certain rate out of that basin. And then we have to route it safely so that it doesn't impact any infrastructure. And then we can't release it until we've safely routed it around all the infrastructure where it could cause damage. So we designed this 31 acre foot basin to attenuate the flow coming out of there. Because when we look at the peak flow rates, if we just let that go and try and put it in a channel or a pipe, that would be very, very large. And also would have a lot of debris in it if we're looking at some debris flows. So we try and capture and attenuate all that before we let it out into a channel or pipe. So that's the reason for the basin. It's helped to capture that debris and then also attenuate the flows. We can fit a 31 acre foot flood debris basin on the property there. And then it gives us a peak release of about 41 cubic feet per second out of the basin. So then we try and balance the size of the attenuation or the basin with what kind of channel or pipe we could get down there to release all that water out of the basin so we don't overtop it. Right. And we look at several years, all the way from a 2-year to a 500-year event, to see how we should size these outlets out of this basin to let the water out to keep it from spilling over.
Where are the outlets on it?
So right now, so keep in mind there's a 30% design. We've got some a little bit different ideas. But right now, the outlet, can you see that red coming out?
Yeah.
Directly below that is the outlet now. The pipe is that black line that goes down through that property below the basin. So that's not a property line. I'm going to get up and point to it. So
I
you
was
won't
gonna
talk.
say, I see it, but maybe point to it for everybody else.
So it's not the black line running straight to Janet's house?
We look at that free water, right?
I always wanted a swimming pool.
This is the outlet structure here.
Okay.
And this is the pipe that would then route it down. We'll show you how it's going to route. This is on one of the drawings. We've got a different idea after talking with Corbett. Maybe we move the outlet over here, so we're not going through, this is one parcel, 6 acres. Maybe we move it over here. The city has some right of way down through here. And then we take it down,
Broad
maybe
Hollow.
resolve an issue at the top of Broad Hollow, and then bring it down Broad Hollow. So then we're bringing it out kind of down a city right away down.
So this grading right here, is this still part of it, or is it because?
No, that's existing.
Okay. Because that's private property, not mine, but that's Dimick's.
Yeah, so the grading all ends right here at the property line. This dark green, this green line right here is the end.
Okay,
This is all existing.
okay.
So then out of the basin, we have a 30-inch pipe that comes down to Broad Hollow. And then from there, we would do a drainage channel. And I put a little cross section of that drainage channel down in the corner so you can see it's roughly got a 1-foot wide bottom. It's about, I think, does that say 1.5 feet deep with some 2-to-1 side slopes. That would be the size of the channel that would be necessary coming down Broad Hollow to handle the flows out of the basin. And then we would replace all the culverts underneath drives and roads with a little bit, they'd have to be 24-inch culverts to pass the water through.
So are you proposing to put that drainage right on this side of the road?
Yes, yes, at this time. Now, keep in mind, this is a 30% design. There could be changes made to it between now and final design to better facilitate the city needs.
That would be something that would be funded too, right? I mean, that's funded by this NRCS money. I mean,
Yes, so we'll get to one more thing here in a second, but
That would address the drainage issue on Broad Hollow, right? At the same time.
right. So,
Unintended benefit.
yeah, yep. So that would be the drainage channel coming down, I don't know where you call it, the southwest side of Broad Hollow. And then we'd also replace all the driveway culverts and the culverts under the roads and put 24-inch culverts in. So that project there, that would be the improvements that would mitigate the flood that would happen. That's been modeled out of the canyon.
So that rock line ditch down here, it is a bigger one than we're used to seeing.
It's probably a little bit bigger. Mine in front of my house, if you've seen it, is probably not even that big. Mine got bigger than I wanted it to, but it would be roughly, you're talking, 1.5 feet deep, 1 foot wide at the bottom with 2-to-1 side slopes.
But it's got to keep the water from going down the other side from the capture on.
From so the 30-inch pipe will come down to the top of Broad Hollow, and then it'll open up into this channel, and the water will flow down this channel, and that's the size of the channel. What really helps us in our case is that is relative to a lot of projects, a fairly steep road coming down. So we keep pretty good velocities, which saves you on the size of channel needed,
Okay.
if that makes sense. And the size of culverts as well. So that then, and then we bring it down to Autumn Leaf Circle, run it down Autumn Leaf, and then we've looked at, there's a public, and it doesn't really show in this 30%, but there's a public utility easement between 2 lots that we could dart between and then drop it back into the city property they own down there in that drainage down there.
Through a pipe or above ground?
It would be through a pipe going there.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we'd release it back into drainage on city property.
So I've gotten a lot of complaints from my neighbors because I mean, full disclosure, this is my house, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've gotten a lot of complaints from my neighbors about what an eyesore it is up there right now. The cement, the Jersey barriers, when you start at the trail where the signs are, it's ugly. The concern is it going to be worse than it is now or better? Because right now with all the piles of dirt and then with it, it's just kind of a mess up there. A lot of my neighbors go past the water tanks to get to
Mhm.
switchbacks
Mhm.
because it's more convenient for us because we live there. And right now, if you take that route, it's not a pretty route. So is it going to look better than it does now or worse with the basin?
Yes, I guess that's in the eye of the beholder.
No, I
Um,
want an
so
answer.
what you guys call unpretty, I love. That's just me though, right? I like natural. I don't like flowers. I like it natural. I've told people I wish the basin was going across from me so I could keep all that area clear of houses and everything. But so what would happen? I'll describe to you what would happen, and then you can determine whether it's pretty or needs to be prettier. This is all excavated material, right? So our goal in the project, and if you can see that bottom line there, the current design is 52,000 cubic yards of fill. That means that's 52,000 yards of dirt that has to be brought in. That was intentional in case the city wanted to sell space to dump dirt. Our goal would be, the first design we came up with was actually, and I don't remember the actual number, but more yards than that off haul. 210 off haul. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, what we do when we design these basins is we shoot to have what they call a balance between the cut and fill. So basically the material on site is used to build the basin. So we're not importing or exporting material. That doesn't mean there won't be some construction and dump trucks going up there, because there is some material that we do have to import. There's riprap and gravel that we have to use in these chutes to keep them from eroding and stuff like that. That has to be brought up. But for the most part, we shoot to get this material used on site, so we don't have to import or export a lot of the material. That's how we would plan to design this one. And I think we can easily do it. We just left it this way now because of the idea of maybe selling dirt up there, right? So having said that, this is excavated material. So when the excavation work's done, it's dirt. So you'll see kind of a dirt face of the basin along two sides, along three sides actually, because the other side's the hill. So you'll kind of have where we tie back into the hill on both sides and come out, and then kind of a dirt slope. So that slope that goes off down towards that property will be a dirt slope.
Can we do any beautification on that? I mean,
So
it bothers me when I'm coming up the mountain. I can see, the other basin. You can just see the cut in the mountain. It's ugly.
Yeah.
And
So-
that's not the only thing that matters to me, but it's ugly.
So one of the things that will be done is done as part of the project is to do what we call reseed it, put natural vegetation back. In this one, the slope is probably steep enough up on the one side. We'd have to put down probably some erosion matting to keep the seed in place while it establishes itself. Coconut matting, if you've seen that, or that erosion matting they use in landscaping. Probably have to use some of that to keep the seed in place and try and bring back the natural vegetation. Now that takes time to grow. That's typically what the project will do. What the city can do is this, within reasons of safety, can enhance the project. If the city wants to assign, for example, the parks folks to go up there and do some beautification of it, they're more than welcome to. The only thing that can't be allowed is anything that would impact or compromise the function or the safety of the project. So, for example, there's an embankment on the one side. That's considered a dam. You can't plant large, and this is a dam safety, not NRCS. This is dam safety. You can't plant large rooted vegetation in an embankment because that compromises the structural integrity of the embankment, and you don't want that thing collapsing in the event of a flood. So you can't put like big trees in it and stuff like that. You could put some grasses and some vegetation back that are small rooted to help reestablish it and hide it. On the non-embankment areas, you can put trees and stuff like that where it wouldn't compromise. Those are things the city can choose to do to beautify this. So those are things you can take on. The other things that you have to keep in consideration is, for example, public safety. So if there's For example, the potential of a large avalanche coming down there. You don't want to make this an attractive public safety issue. So if you went up there and built I know Dorals loves going ice skating. So if you went up there and built an ice rink in the middle of the winter with the potential of an avalanche coming down and you're attracting all the public there to send an avalanche, you don't want to do things like that. Those are things that probably they wouldn't want us doing. But there are things the city can do. The project will do so much to reestablish everything. It takes time to grow back.
There is some of that in the plan. It's some of the beautification.
The revegetation. If the city wants to do anything beyond that, city can choose to do it within, like I said, some of those safety guidelines.
And last time, the city chose just to do the grasses. I did talk with Chris about the possibility, and I think we'll probably talk about this later, is establishing a capital fund for revegetation so that both of the basins could be redone at the same time, probably through Parks and Trails with the guidance of the city engineers to make sure it was done properly.
So yes, you can do things to enhance it. Project will go so far to reestablish the vegetation, and then you can go beyond that if the city chooses to add whatever the city feels is beautiful to it.
One of my biggest hesitancies is just having our mountain all cut up.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of that. That's not why I live here. And that's right above my house. So if it's a big ugly eyesore right above my home, does that affect the value? Or I'm just saying, like, these are questions I have, and not just for me, but for all of my neighbors.
Yeah. And like I said, I'll give you the information, what can and can't be done and what the project will do. How you use that information is the city's choice. Because sometimes that stuff's a little subjective.
Ted, do you have a slide that shows the culvert path all the way down? Or is that as far as you go?
No, I do. That's several. This is one of the many drawings that show that culvert path all the way down, and I can send that to you. This is just a drawing I put in here as kind of an example, but there's about, I don't know, 4 or 5 drawings that have the path of the culvert all the way, or the channel and culverts all the way down.
Okay, and just based on this, the drainage ditch that you're showing, it's going to be an open drainage ditch.
Correct.
So it's not going to be, it'll be piped underneath driveways, but otherwise it'll be open and similar to what is out over in Summit Creek.
Correct. Yeah. It'll be open channel. Yeah. So it's planned now. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about that. Maybe next slide. I can't remember if I put it on the next slide. We'll get back to kind of the question of funding. So yeah, here we go. So what I've shown here, and we'll talk about why this slide is here. So the construction cost for this project is about $2.1 million for the basin and culverts and the drainage channel and everything like that. That portion of it is 100% NRCS cost share. Engineering, construction management, about another $300K, which is also 100% NRCS cost share. Of the 2.1 million, approximately about 150,000 to 200,000 is culvert costs. And the NRCS has recently been rejecting culverts. Now, let me just step back. When we get done designing this project at certain levels, it goes to review to the NRCS. They call it their Water Management Center. It's their national center where they review everything to, one, make sure the project is functional, works, meets all their requirements, and is functional, and meets their program requirements. So it goes through pretty thorough reviews through the NRCS, right? And one of the things they've recently been determining at this Water Management Center, not just for our project, for projects all over the United States, is that culverts that are tied to roads, driveways, things like that, are considered transportation items, not flood mitigation items. So they are not eligible costs under the NRCS program.
You got to put the water somewhere.
Exactly. They call that, now, I'm just the messenger on this one. I don't know that we understand it either, but that's what's now coming back. And it's not just, like I said, it's not just, we're working on multiple NRCS projects throughout the state right now, and it's affected all of them.
It's a national issue.
It's a national issue. They're reviewing it, but suffice to say, right now, they will not cover the costs of culverts that are related to roads or driveways or anything transportation related. So we just recently found that out like a month or two ago. So knowing that in this project, of all the cities involved, us and Payson are the two cities that have culverts involved in the project that are either under roads or driveways. I think Payson has about $2 million worth of culverts to be rebuilt. We've got about 200,000. So knowing that, we reached out, because knowing that neither of the cities can really fund that, because if they're not going to cover it, then it comes back to the sponsor to cover the cost, or co-sponsor. Knowing that neither city can really cover those costs, we reached out to the Utah Division of Emergency Management, who are the state gatekeepers for FEMA funding. They have a couple of programs that they get funded from FEMA every year. Well, I won't say, no, let me step back, not every year. Whenever there is they call it an FMAG, it's a Fire Management Assistance Grant, but whenever there are FMAGs declared in the state, so if there is a fire anywhere in the state that's declared an FMAG, applied for and declared FMAG, or means they're eligible for fire assistance grants from FEMA, FEMA then awards the state a certain amount of money to help these communities. If these communities choose not to use that money, the state can then use it other locations in the state. So we reached out to the Utah Division of Emergency Management. They have two programs. One's called the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program. The other one's called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. When we first reached out to them, they said, yes, we have some money available under the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Grant Program. As I recall, it was 800-something thousand. Is available if you want to apply for that. That's a 75-25 cost share. They'll pay 75% of the cost. Sponsor or applicants required to pay 25% of the cost of the project. We reached out to them. They said that's available if you want to apply for it. The application is due. We found this out the Monday before the last council meeting. The application was due that Friday. That was the reason Carrie came to you last minute with that letter. Because if we wanted to apply for that funding, we had to have that letter for that application that was due Friday, and we found out Monday. So it was a very quick thing. Right after the council, the day after the council meeting, we had another meeting with the Utah Division of Emergency Management, and they said, oh, we have another $280,000 available in the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program that was not used by other communities, that we would love it if some of you communities would use this up. That is a 90-10 cost share. So 90% will be covered by the funding, 10% cost share to the applicant.
I knew it would pay off if we waited.
Yeah. So it was wise to wait. So that application is due in about a week and a half. We can apply for that money. Payson was on that phone call, and Payson said that really is not going to do us any good. We're just going to apply for the PDM money. If Woodland Hills, if you want to apply for that funding in the other program, that's the 90-10, you're welcome. We're not going to apply for that. So that money is available to the city, which would cover the cost of the culverts. That will pay for culverts, 90% of the cost. So the city's cost share would be 10% of the cost, roughly $20,000.
What does that mean? The materials, or putting them in the ground and replacing driveways?
Total cost we're responsible for. So if the total cost to buy the culverts and put them in the ground is $200,000, we are responsible for 20% of that, or 10% of that cost, or $20,000. And the way it generally works, there's two ways you can do it. The way it works, just explaining it kind of in layman's, if the contractor puts in the culverts and it costs $200,000 to put these in, you send a reimbursement request to FEMA for the $200,000, they send you back a $180,000 check. So now the city's got to come up with the other $20,000 to pay the contractor, right? That's kind of the way it works. Now the city can opt to do in kind. What in kind does basically is reduce the cost of the contractor's contract, right? So if the city says, we will install the culverts, or we will dig out the culverts, that saves cost to the cost of the contractor. So if the cost is $200,000 to do that, and the city says we're going to do $20,000 worth of work, so the contractor's bill is only $180,000, then FEMA sends you the $180,000, and you've contributed your $20,000 already through doing some of the work or buying culverts or whatever. So that's how cost share works, if that makes sense. So that is a project cost the city would be responsible for is that 10% if we choose to submit the application to FEMA. Now that does require a letter that says that we have to submit with the application from the city, signed by the mayor, that says we will cover our cost share of the program. And we have to submit that with the application.
And do when?
Do it about a week, week and a half, probably a week. So that's something to consider. And I know that's kind of I gave this thought to Dave. I think Dave's got a good counterpoint. It's something to consider. Just give you some thought here. If we build the basin and do not replace the culverts, the basin doesn't work. That's what that top map is. If we leave the culverts in place and build the basin, basically we're just moving the flooding downstream because we haven't put the right size channel or culverts in, right? So we've just taken that problem downstream. So the basin really doesn't work without the culverts. The culverts are not needed if we don't do the basin, because as you saw on the first map, the flooding actually goes the other way. So doing anything down Broad Hollow is not necessary if we don't do the basin. So if we apply for the funding through FEMA, at least we've got the funding available to us if we need to use it. If we do not do the basin project, we cannot show a benefit cost to the FEMA culvert project. Therefore, we wouldn't use the funding. Then we would just have to say, we don't have a project, we're going to turn back the funding. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if we choose to do the basin and don't have the application to FEMA, and then that 200 is what the city we'd have to pay for the culverts basically. So it's kind of where that, so
So there's no downside.
Food for thought.
to Putting the application in, is what you're saying.
we can't show the project will work without having the basin. So if the basin doesn't go forward, we can't use the money for the culverts, if that makes sense. So, and then I just put down there, the total project cost right now, we're reaching countywide about 25 million is about what this total project costs. So you see, we're just one piece of a large puzzle in this project, but
Ted, what's the liability element here? We've gone through all this testing, we've done through all of this analysis, and we decide, say, not to do it. And then the flood hits. And all of a sudden, we've got this, not this graph, but your other graph. It just goes down and lots of water. What does that liability look like to the city? Are we liable then for that flood damage since we didn't go forward, or is that out of your...
yeah, that's kind of out of, I would seek some legal advice because your liability is whatever people sue you for, right? I mean, when it comes to liability, that's a tough one because has the basin been there for years and years and years? Yes. And homes built under the basin? Is the city responsible to protect the homes that were built in this area, knowing there's a basin there? I don't know. Those are questions you'd have to really talk to an attorney about and your insurance company. Because I really
Could
don't
they
know.
sue us because we could have gone through with this project and then didn't? Is that grounds potentially that could put us on the hook? I guess is
Great question. Yeah, I would ask your insurance company, and I'm just an engineer. I don't even pretend to be an attorney.
So something that Ted mentioned to me. So apparently, and again, this was before, at least I was on the council, we have some kind of obligation, whether it's a legal obligation or not, I don't know, for a berm up by the water tanks to facilitate the toolers to be able to build. And again, I don't know how we got that obligation. That obligation exists.
But
Well,
where
I
is
don't know
I
that we
think
have an
that's-
obligation.
yeah,
We're just
I don't
opening
think
up city
that's true.
property for them to build on. And there's a contract that is being considered to that end.
Right, I saw the contract. Okay, so we don't have an obligation.
Not that I am
Yeah.
aware of.
But for them to build, they have to build some kind of a berm in order to move an avalanche a different direction.
Correct. I'm not exactly sure what the berm is designed to do, whether it's to stop it in its tracks or divert it or whatever.
It's actually something we designed in looking at that. essentially it redirects the avalanche away from the Tudors and down into that basically 6 acre
Down to the Brock Banks. Oh, they're not.
down to the Janet house. We're just putting more basements. No, really what that berm is the one side of the basin. We just moved it over a little more. So if the berm gets built, it's basically going to match what would be there on the one side if the basin's built. If the basin's built, we're just pushing it out farther so we get more capacity in the basin. If that's not built and the berm's built, we move it in a little more right at the base of the drainage so it deflects the avalanche going down away from Tudors.
But that does,
So, let me finish. my
yeah,
point.
no, I've got something that maybe will also offer some
So-
illumination on
So
that.
essentially, point one is we're going to have to do something there, or somebody's going to have to do something there. And so we'll probably have an ugly big hill either way. But the other point that Ted made was if we do that berm for the Tulers, we've still got these other properties that are just below the current big pile of dirt that we'd have to do something, or something would have to be done because they're under the same threat if an avalanche came out of that and now got redirected by the berm that the Tulers built onto that property. So either way, it's kind of, anyway,
Yeah, and
it's a problem area.
Corbett, I know, has explained, I mean, the Toolers is kind of a singular situation in terms of the obligation, I believe, to have that berm. I don't know that anybody else would need to build.
We have a
Hazard
hazard
mitigation.
mitigation ordinance that says before anybody can build on their property, they have to mitigate 100% of the hazard. The Tudors and the property directly below based on 6 acre are both fall under that ordinance, and they would have to mitigate for an avalanche.
Just new builds, though, not existing. Oh, is that what you were saying? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you were
But-
talking about existing structures.
Also, a little bit of clarity. Both property owners, now, I don't know if you remember Dave Scroggin. Dave Scroggin is a state avalanche specialist. I guess probably the top avalanche specialist in the state. Anyways, when the avalanche in 2008 happened, Dave Scroggin said, whoever is at risk has to design for the full avalanche. So when you say the Tudor berm would redirect the avalanche, that's not true, because the Tudors have to design for 100% of it. And then the property that's directly to the north or straight out of the gully, they have to design for 100% of the avalanche also. So just because you build a berm, you're not redirecting, you're just not allowing the avalanche to go to the Tudors. You're forcing the avalanche to take one channel, one direction, and it going straight out. Both property owners have to design for 100% of the avalanche because it can go either way, as was shown in 2008. So you're not redirecting, you're just not allowing it. I know it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but you're not redirecting the avalanche so that it all goes this way. You're just not giving the avalanche the opportunity to go one direction. You're making it one direction only.
And Ted, I was going to also ask this, and now seems like a good time. So if the Toolers do decide that they want to accept the agreement and they build that berm, and we would have to, and the contract provides for this, if we had to take it down in the construction of the basin, the engineering would be the same, right? I mean, it's a swap. It's because that's the thing that I don't want to have happen too, is they build a berm to insulate themselves from an avalanche. We put in a basin related structure, but it doesn't serve the same purpose. And then if it fails, then there's a problem.
Exactly. So in short, what we're doing, the simplest way I think to do this is we're building one side of the basin. And if the basin doesn't get built, it stays at the bottom of the drainage for the Tudors. If the basin gets built, we slide it over. So we got more basin volume, but it's the same embankment.
Okay.
So what you're building is an embankment to not redirect, but how was it Corbett worded it? Take it one direction. Is that how you said? But anyway, so it's the same size of berm embankment. I'll call it berm, but it's really an embankment. It's the same size of embankment, whether it's built for the Tudors or for the basin. It's just the location of it changes a little bit. So if the Tudors come in and build it now, we designed it with the idea that we just basically slide it over the same size and everything. And now it becomes the basin, side of the basin.
Okay, great.
What else is needed up there? Because Corbett, I know you and I have spoken a little bit, and you've told me a little bit about we need some sort of catch basin for the water tanks to, if we have to evacuate them or drain some of the water tanks, or what else is needed that's currently not there because of, my question is, what construction has to still take place, no matter what, from an aesthetic standpoint?
Just stay up here, Corbett.
Division of Drinking Water requires, if your tank if you have a tank that if it overflowed, could it negatively impact residents, you have to have a way to mitigate that. So we have to have a basin that is designed for, sorry, I don't remember what the criteria is, but you have to have a basin that's designed for the pump running, overfilling the tank, and not shutting off for a certain amount of time. And I don't remember what that is. So we have to have a basin that can handle that overflow. And it's going to be worst case. You also have to have a basin that can handle maintenance on the tank. So if you have to drain a tank, you have to have a basin that can handle the water if that water being drained would negatively impact residents.
So if we, oh, sorry, David.
So another question that I have just regarding that piece of property, because we've talked about the need for, in the future, another water tank, a bigger water tank. By building this basin, do we put ourselves in a position where we no longer have enough land to put in a water tank?
No, and that's some of the things that Ted and I have talked about, making sure that we don't shut those doors, don't restrict ourselves down the road, but we leave ourselves enough latitude to do what needs to be done down the road. So no, we won't.
Does this basin impact the current gated area at all that's up there?
Yes, it does. Not
Okay.
much. I mean, if the basin goes in, I mean, you see where the berm on the basin is going to cut off the road going up.
Uh-huh.
Well, we've got the road on the other side, so you probably won't. I would rather take the basin and push the basin closer towards the mountain. Again, this is stuff that Ted and I have kind of talked about. But since we're only at 30%, we don't have to worry about it yet. But those details I'd like to work out to where we push the basin closer to the mountain so that it doesn't, so the berm isn't as high, but that cuts off the road going up from Deep Forest, but that doesn't really matter because we've got the road coming up from Broadhall. So yes, those details still need to be worked out, but since we're only at 30%, it doesn't matter yet because we don't have to.
So this basin that you guys have designed to 30% so far would satisfy our needs for the overflow of the tank.
Yes.
But
Again,
if
you only have to design for worst case.
Yeah.
You don't, I mean, you're not going to do maintenance on the tank in the middle of a rainstorm where you have the risk of an avalanche. You're not going to overtop the tank and drain the tank at the same time. So you don't have to design for the pump continuing to run and the tank overflowing or draining the tank at the same time. So you only have to design for worst case. And if a debris flow requires a 30 acre foot, that's, I mean, do the math. There's 43,000 acre feet, 7.5 or 7.48 gallons per cubic foot. 30 acre feet is a ton of water.
Yeah, do the math, Ben.
No, thank you. That's why I just asked if it works or not. My other question then is, if we don't do the basin, what would a potential ballpark estimated cost be to build the basin we would need to meet the requirements of overflowing the tanks? Because that would then be fully on us to fund, correct?
It'd take a 2 acre foot basin.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what the engineering would cost to design that. It'd take a 2 acre foot basin.
It's about half of the basin that we have currently
How do we get,
on Eagle's Nest.
how do we not have a basin at the Maple Canyon well? Well, I know, Well, maybe we never need one up there, but I mean, I think we do.
Yeah,
It seems like,
we put people at risk by not.
okay.
So years ago, I went up there with a mini X and just dug a hole because we needed something. I don't know if you remember back, when did we have that mud flow?
Yeah, about 7
7
years
years
ago.
ago.
No, longer.
Oh, the one before that, yeah.
Probably 2002,
Mhm.
2003. We had water in Doug Byers' garage because it came out of the overflow on the tank. It went down that gully, emptied out right on the end of Pine View, the north side of Pine View,
Mhm.
and then filled that, those first two homes, the basements, the garages. Didn't fill them, but Doug Byers, that's what that was. had
Yeah.
4 inches of mud in his detached garage. So people are at risk by not having it. So I went up, no engineering, just HUD engineering, and dug a hole so we had something to try to protect people.
Slow it, yeah.
I think that was my last slide, wasn't it, Jody? The last one I think was just one I sent for your information to review, but nothing I really plan to talk about. Oh,
Q&A.
these were just Q&As. These are questions some of them I had gotten when I put this presentation together. So I just put a Q&A in here, but we won't go over these. I'll let you guys ask questions if you have any.
Can the FEMA money and the culvert be done without the basin, even though the majority, I mean, are they technically tied together?
Yes. Can't do the culverts with that because we can't show benefit cost because the flood doesn't go down Broad Hollow without the basin.
I want to,
No, go ahead.
I want to get a feel from the council. What do you think we need to do as a council and as us to get buy-in of all the citizens that are going to be affected if we do this, especially the culverts, all the driveways we tear up and that new ditch and along the face of all of those homes clear down to Autumn Leaf? I would feel better if I knew they were all for this. Because if you get a couple or, that don't want their front yard dug up or changed, I know you say it's on city property and all, but I just wonder what the feeling is of the group.
Well, for the whole section of Broad Hollow, the drainage is a big issue. And
As a positive or a negative?
it's a negative.
Well, no, you want the culverts?
Right, yeah.
The current
The current
drainage
state
terrible.
is terrible.
So then it would be you think a positive
We had the
view.
family down there on the very corner of Broad Hollow and Woodland Hills Drive that
Right.
their whole driveway was eroded
Right.
because of the water.
So do you foresee issues with any of the properties along the whole route of people just hating the construction? Their months, your months messed up. Your dust, you got all
Well,
that
everyone's going to
stuff.
complain. That's normal. I think that's normal. But it's a big enough problem on our road that people would be happy to have the rock line ditches
So
and to have their culverts. Mine's collapsed and
Mm-hmm.
has been for a long time. So to have the culverts repaired
Mhm.
would be amazing.
So, kind of tagging on to what you're talking about there, Doral. For me, there's kind of, I'm trying to look at this at a very broad, high-level perspective, and there's 3 kind of broad things. The first is the expense. So, however much money it's going to cost. And then the third is the design or the aesthetics or whatever we want to call it, the scar on the mountain. The third is the project management. And my big concern, expense wise, I kind of, especially as we talk about having to build other stuff up there anyway, that kind of ends up being a wash for me. I don't know that expense wise, there's really a good argument one way or another. I think for the most part, that's been covered. The design, I do think, is a factor because it is a scar. And I'm going to say it again. What we did with the last project was awful. It looks terrible. It was just bad.
I agree.
The third thing is the project management. I I'm just going to say, I wasn't really particularly pleased with the last project management. None of us are professional project managers. And so I felt like out of everything, you know, from Bob having to run the sweeper to mitigate the dust to, you know, the not being able to close on one of the houses and having to pay an additional amount. I mean, there were just all kinds of project management 101 missteps. So if we move forward with this, to me, the biggest thing that we as a council city have to do is we've got to not treat this like a side project, and we need to turn project management over to somebody who actually knows how to do project management, and do it in a way that it's, you know, it's going to get done. So yeah, the culverts, if I've got my driveway and I've got a metal plate over my driveway, I want that metal plate to be gone in a reasonable amount of time. I'm okay with it being there for 3-4 weeks, but I certainly don't want it there for 6 months. When it comes to dust, repairing the road, for Pete's sake. What happened again on Eagle's Nest to the road is awful. I mean, it destroyed that road that was a perfectly good road beforehand. And again, to me, that's project management. That's anticipating the problems that are going to come and then figuring out how are we going to fix the problem before we get to a point where we're like, well, money's gone. Sorry. You know, so those are the 3 areas that I think we have to evaluate. Again, the expense thing, I'm not as worried about. I do think we need to have input into whatever design we're going to use to get rid of a scar. And then again, having a professional level project manager.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, Ted. The last mitigation project, we had to marshal a sizable volunteer force. That would not be required in this case, right? This would
You
be
know,
professionally managed at every
right.
step, right?
Right. So on the last one, we had several things going on right on that one. And I don't disagree with Dave's comments. We had a volunteer workforce. We had 2 contractors. We had 4 different funding sources working on this one, and each one had their different requirements. And I think from the actual construction part, it was all the things that were happening with that. And you're right. So we wouldn't, unless the city chooses to do something on the culverts to make that in match, I don't think we'd have a volunteer workforce, nor would we need to use our equipment unless, like I said, city staff decides to do something. And I would recommend it be a very small, select city staff and a couple people and not a large workforce, because you're right. That there was a lot going on that one. And all the way to, and I've got a lot of great stories about this project. A lot of good lessons learned. So I think on this one, what we would suggest is that the NRCS does pay for us in this case, because it'd be 100% funded to manage the project, right? And that would be manage all facets of the project. That we would do that. I suggested to Dave that we'd be a standing appointment on the city council monthly. Just come in and give an update of what's going on the project, what decisions need to be made, what impacts there will be. So we hopefully avoid surprises, and then work with city staff on more of a daily basis. But that would be some suggestions. This one I think would be not near as complex, because we don't have to buy properties. So we won't have that going on. We won't have a large, hopefully not a large volunteer workforce. So I wouldn't recommend one. We would be doing this as probably a single project rather than a couple of different contractors, even with 2 funding sources. So possibly we could have a second on the culverts. I don't know, but it would be, I think, a process where I think I would just suggest that, because this is what we're hired to do, is just manage the overall thing. And we do that. And it's paid for by the agencies. They pay 100% of the engineering costs.
Without a large match, it makes it a lot easier. Last time, that was one of the issues, was trying
Yeah.
to come up with.
That's
a
why Bob was
high
out driving the
match.
sweeper. He was trying to
Yeah,
get
he
some
was trying
service
to up
time
the
for the
match.
in-kind, and which actually generated quite a bit of dust actually running the sweeper then,
Yep.
which was ironic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what small cities do is we learn, hopefully we learn from experience. And
Mhm.
I just, again, my biggest heartache was, I know what the last project was. I don't want one of those again. If we can learn from our mistakes and actually do a well-organized project, I'd have less heartache over it. I'm not saying I won't have any, but it would be less than what I'm experiencing right now.
And
And-
I want a commitment from everyone that we'll do something to make it look better when it's all done. That's what I want, some kind of, guarantee that that's important to everybody and that we'll do something. I know our budget is limited, but still, I
Yeah,
think.
and I think Chris and he's going to be joining us in a little while, and he did say that we could vote to put that in our budget. And we would just be able to add some to it every year till the project.
We'll
That's-
do what we
that's
can under the
something.
program, but I think the city would have to.
I
take
mean,
on some of that, too.
I lived here for the beauty of the city, and I dreamed of living here for 25 years before I actually got to move here. So that's important to me.
If we could, and I realize that we're only at 30% design, but when we go to 100% design, could we have designed in options that we can choose from for beautifying what's been done? Whether
Yes.
that means planting trees at the bottom of the dam or, whatever. We need, again, what's allowed per all the regulations.
Guidelines.
So if
Mhm.
we could have some guidelines of what's allowed and actually have that as part of the design, then that would make our choices infinitely easier.
Yeah, and one thing I would suggest along those lines is that under the program, we'll determine kind of determination of what can be done that we can update the city with even prior to going to final design during this phase, right? We can say, okay, this is what we can really do at the basin under the program. As if it moves forward, as we go through design, what we would do, we'll design here what can be done under the program because that'll all be done by a contractor. Then we'll come back and we'll look at, okay, what can we do outside of the program that the city could take on that would still help beautify it, but not compromise safety or stuff like that, and present ideas to the city. Here's some things to think about, and get Parks and Trails involved or whoever, and do that kind of stuff. As an engineer, where I provide the data, and I'm happy to do all that. I just want to provide the data, be impartial, let you guys, the public make the decision because it's a public project. As a resident, I'm on the same boat. I could be on the fence because it's you hate to see those scars go in because this is a mountain. We love the mountain. So it's a matter as a resident. Like I told Dave, I could be on the fence either way, pros and cons, right? Because it's a public safety issue, beautification issue. I can see the importance of both those. And that's why you guys make the big bucks.
And I'm not
right?
asking
So-
for a lot. I just want the grasses and some trees put back.
Yeah.
Like, I just want it put back. You know what I mean? As much as we can.
And a good, pretty start to the Switchback Trail.
Yes, I don't want, those Jersey barriers, are they there forever?
So yes, and that was actually the ones that are up the chute.
No, she's talking about
No,
the ones on
no.
the trail.
Oh, the ones on the trail? No, they're not. They'll go once we do the mitigation. If we do the mitigation project, they'll go.
They were just temporary.
Yeah,
I know,
So
but they're
what
still
Ted
there.
just said is,
and they probably will be until we can do something with that.
It's got us
Okay, I've just
Waiting
gotten
to
chewed out
See if we were doing this.
a few times from
Yeah.
a few of my neighbors over that.
Well, Ted, I thanks for that. That was an excellent
And I agree.
presentation. And thanks, Carrie, I know you went to a lot of effort to put this together. So
Yeah, thank
I
you.
think that was very useful. I do want to do what we did when we had our plow discussion. There are some that have born with this hour and a
Sorry,
half
longer night
exercise. So if there's public comment that anyone would like to share, I'd like to do that with Ted here. And so if you'd like to make anything or make a statement, come on up. You look like you're itching to say something.
Thanks for doing that, Mayor. I'm interested in public input.
And I tried just finding on the agenda where it was going to be talking about the switchbacks, and maybe I was mistaken. I just showed up at home and my wife said, they're talking switchbacks, and it's something I use literally year round. And so I wanted to just see how it was going to impact that. So that's my first question. Is this going to impact the Switchback Trail and the opportunity for us to continue to use it?
Shouldn't.
Okay. Okay.
Just to the trailhead. I mean,
I can still get to the trail.
yeah, no,
some way
there's
or
no
another,
intention to close off the
Close it or
switchbacks
anything like
at
that.
all. I mean,
Okay.
they will be closed while
For
it's under
time while we're
construction,
doing construction if we go that route.
yeah.
Okay. And then just a couple other comments. I'm very, very familiar with all the dam safety and everything. That's what I do with work. I just can't imagine this being listed as a low hazard dam. I can see it being a no hazard. That's considered a low hazard. Wow.
Sorry. Yeah, so that went through dam safety's review with Dave Marble and those guys.
Right.
And yeah, it came back
Yeah,
as a
right.
low hazard classified dam.
Okay.
This one, I don't know because we haven't done a dam breach analysis or a design, I should say. We've done actually a dam breach analysis, but we have not done the final design to go to dam safety yet for their review.
For the emergency action plan and
Right.
all that kind of stuff.
Right. So I don't know on this
Okay.
one yet how they'll classify it, but the last one was classified low hazard.
Okay. And the reason I mention that is, Janet, you're worried about trees and grass and covering the ugly scars that we have on the hill. With a no hazard, you can plant woody vegetation and the grasses, but these others, it's going to be nothing but grasses. They're not going to let you put the oaks back or the
Right.
maples back or the trees back, even though there's no water in it. That's what's just really puzzling me.
Yeah. Yeah, the
because all
embankments
dams
you
I
can't,
work with,
you can't plant large rooted vegetation in embankments or dams. Now on the sides that are
toe or
not
on the
embankments or
outside
dams,
either.
right?
they'll make
Embankments,
us remove them.
the sides that are not embankments where we go into the hillside, we can do some stuff there that,
Yeah.
and it would be like, it'd be like you said, grasses and that's small rooted stuff.
Right. And hopefully during the construction, if again, we make this basin, mining some of the topsoils and stuff, because the material coming out of the bottom of the basin is not going to grow your grasses, is not going to grow anything.
Right.
It's going to be sterile soil and it will not work. Yeah, maybe in 20 years, but we're all dead in 20 years. And so it's not a quick enough,
Especially
20
me.
years.
you know?
I mean, I'm the old, I think, no, he's older than me.
So
I'm older than you.
anyway, that was one thought. And then you were talking about, collecting all the data and stuff and trying to figure out, this is a 31 CFS or 41 CFS.
31 acre feet.
31 acre feet and
Yeah.
43
41
CFS.
CFS, right?
I mean, the data that you're using to extrapolate is, what you've got Castilla gauging stations, probably the only one, the nearest one.
It
Spanish Fork Canyon, and
Yeah,
so
Spanish
to,
Fork
to
Canyon, we're
extrapolate
saying
and
it
to
comes through
figure out,
Festival.
okay, how much water is going to come down Broad Hollow, a 4 square mile drainage basin versus a Spanish Fork that's 150 square mile drainage basins. It's an extreme extrapolation, and it just made it sound like, oh yeah, we know how much water is going to come down Broad Hollow, and we know what it's going to work, and
No, the
it's-
discussion
it's
was
really
more
hard
of,
to come up with that information.
this is the information that the NRCS guidelines, we follow very strict guidelines when we put this information together.
Right. and
Now,
I
the
just
stream
made those
gauge data,
regional
like I
curves
said,
and-
we grab the closest ones we can find to the area.
Right.
This project covers all the way from Spanish Fork Canyon, Thistle area, all the way over to Santaquin, Picayune Canyon. So we're not talking when you're,
So
I
you're
mean,
using the
specifically
Harbor
Woodland, so
Drive.
we're using
You're using the
everything
Castile.
around.
Okay.
Because this model doesn't cover just Woodland Hills. It's covering,
And that's what I
everything.
was looking at it as.
Yeah.
It's just Woodland Hills and just the comparisons to make
Yeah.
those regional.
no, we're
comparisons.
looking at all of Southern Utah County basically in
Uh-huh.
this model.
Okay.
This is just one of 6 communities and an unincorporated county we're looking at.
Yeah. Okay. And then just the last comment. I want us to be honest and pass the straight face test. This is because of an avalanche. This is not a debris basin. That's where the conversations always turn back to is, oh, we got to build the berm so the avalanches go different directions and do that. The only reason we're talking about it being a debris basin, because that's where the money comes from. You're not going to get any money to do anything for the avalanche. But if we call it a debris basin, we can get the money. And that's been frustrating for me, is because when I first saw the scars and the things that were happening, I was just, what is going on? And I was under the impression it was all for avalanche, but I was explained, from the council, oh no, this is debris. We're trying to take care of the debris. Like, well, we haven't done anything about the debris until the avalanche came. That's what started it all.
It was the fire actually that started all this. The Pole Creek Bald Mountain Fire is how we got the funding.
But when we talk about Broad Hollow,
Yeah, Broad Hollow was
there's
touched by
not
the
much of
fire.
a burn scar in Broad Hollow.
So
It stops on the ridge line.
yeah, you're familiar with the bear reports.
Absolutely.
That's where we get all our burn information from when we do this
The
modeling.
severity and stuff.
Severity and all
Yep.
that stuff. So
Yep.
all the funding that came available from the NRCS was all the drainages that were impacted by the fire to do flood mitigation work in these drainages that were impacted by fire. That's how the project came about. It was actually the deputy director that flew out here, awarded the project to Utah County, who's the
Right.
sponsor. We do consider avalanche in this design, but that's not what the purpose of the project came about from. It came about because of the Pole Creek Bald Mountain Fire.
That's when the money all came available. And yes, there's going to be debris
Yeah.
and stuff.
Like I said,
but
we're doing probably a dozen projects throughout southern Utah County. This is
Right.
just one of a whole bunch going on because of the fire. So it does, that's a consideration that we actually have to make in the design as well, is avalanches, because we have to consider that in our design.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funding actually it was initiated because of the flood debris mitigation as a result of the Pole Creek Bald Mountain fires.
Mhm.
That's what initiated the actual application to the NRCS.
Right. And I understand that
Yeah.
part. I just don't want us to be skirting so far around the avalanche issues and the avalanche concerns to where I feel like we're not being truthful enough, I guess. And I've been very involved with most all these other projects and, and getting the funding, but it's more from a water and a fishery side of things. But I've been dealing with the same consultants and answering all the questions as to what's going to be impacted and what can we do. And this one's just kind of puzzling because there is no fish and there is no water unless we get a storm and that. And I guess maybe just there's a couple of questions about what kind of storms and when are we going to see this water coming down? We used to always think it was spring runoff. That's the bad stuff. That doesn't do anything. It's all the monsoon events. So your August, September is when you're going to see the kind of events that we've seen that have impacted us and everything else from the two fires. So I think that's just a little bit more direct as to where we're going to have the problems. So, okay, I think that was it.
All right.
Thanks
Will you
for not
state
mi-
your name? I
Oh,
know
yeah.
you, but I can't
Mike
remember.
Slater,
Slater. That's right. Okay.
here, just a resident here.
Thank you.
I did have a couple of things.
Can I just, let's see
Yeah,
if there's
oh,
any
is there
other,
any other-
Aaron, you got anything to say? Okay. Jody, do we have anybody online? that
Rock
is-
Bank, I wish they would have had a chance.
Yeah, we wore them out.
I know,
Oh, Wayne, yeah, of course.
because it affects them.
Yeah.
Something that we really haven't talked about is we've been severely criticized for our water that ends up in other cities. And I think should this be approved, I think it says a lot about our interest in trying to address the problem. It'll probably be years before we have the $50,000 to do a drainage study in the city. And while this is just a small part, I think it does say something. It makes a statement that we're earnestly trying to address the problem and step at a time. And that's the way the small cities have to do it. So I just wanted to throw that comment out.
Great point. Thank you.
I just had a couple of questions. Ted, would you be okay if we put your presentation on the website? A few citizens reached out to me today. I told them, of course, this council meeting is recorded and it will be uploaded and they can watch the whole thing. But just so that they have a copy of your presentation, are you okay that Jody uploads that to the website as well?
Yeah, the council's okay with it. I am, yeah.
Okay. And in the packet, but just, I guess, separate, so it just says presentation, so they don't have to look through the whole packet to find it. The other thing is Ted and I discussed having something similar to this, that he gives his presentation again, and that we just schedule it not as a council meeting, but as a public information meeting, not necessarily a hearing, because NRCS will have a public hearing as it goes along. That's
Public
required.
meeting, not
Public
hearing.
meeting, yes.
Yeah, so one of the requirements are when we finish the design and get the environmental done and all that, basically the end of the Plan EA, sometime towards the end of this year, first of next year, we do have to hold a public meeting. So we'll be
And then
doing that.
Maybe we have one prior to the one that's required, just so we can let a lot of people come. As Doral said, can we, make it more of a concerted effort to invite everyone to come and give their input? Because depending on what the choice is, would depend on where those drainages would go or those potential floods. The last thing that I wanted to just mention is I set up a meeting with Congressman Owens with Payson City. Payson and us are the only 2 of the 6 that are having the problems with the coverts. And he happens to sit on the committee that took this out. And so
They have a culvert committee?
well, it's through transportation and NRCS is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's a transportation committee. So although this issue is affecting us, which we are in his district, it's affecting a lot of projects throughout the state and nationally. So we thought since it impacts him, this might be a good time to talk about that. And just in case they can overturn it and maybe we wouldn't have to pay for the coverts by the time it got going. But that meeting is coming up in May.
Okay.
The other thing I'd like to mention is I think all of us, but I'm going to specifically say, if any residents have concerns over this, I'm open to listening. And I want to, like I identified the 3 areas for me, but maybe there's more areas and I'd be more than happy to listen to what their concerns are. And the other thing I would ask is, okay, timeline wise, this still has a long runway, right? I mean, you mentioned that the earliest we might be able to begin construction would be next year.
And that likely wouldn't happen next year. So we've got the Plan EA, which probably won't be done until the end of this year, first of next year. Then it has to go through the water management review through the NRCS. During that time, we apply for funding for the technical assistance, and then that probably takes us about a year to get through the final design. Once again, we're talking a very large scale project in addition to what we're doing. And then once that's done, then we put it out to construction. So I would say construction at best is
2 years out.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think
Year
that's
and a half,
helpful
maybe.
too, because I think the residents might be feeling like this is going to happen this year. And no, this is the beginning of this whole process. So feedback now is actually very welcome and very useful.
And
One area that there is some urgency, and I was going to just invite an informal poll with regard to this. Who is it from, the 9010 culvert?
it's coming through the Utah Division of Emergency Management. It's FEMA funding, but
FEMA, that-
comes from their hazard mitigation grant program. Yeah.
So, I mean, given that we have, and I don't want to pressure anybody or rush anybody if you want to think this through more, but it would be nice if we've got that 1 week time frame, if I could get a sense as to the council's overall disposition on this, if you would like me to sign that letter and. move
Jody's
forward.
raising her hand.
Oh, crap.
Message in here, stating that the number of dump truck load of dirt up and down the forest. That they have dump trucks.
Rightfully so.
What is it? Brian Hutchins, though, would like to say something.
We
You want to
Okay.
take the screen?
take the
off?
screen off.
But I do want to come back to the informal poll,
Yeah.
so I want to get an answer, because that was a little pressing.
Yeah.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, so Ted and I had a good conversation about this a few weeks ago. And one of the things that I thought about afterwards is I'm assuming this is not our only option, but it's by far our best option. I just wanted to clarify that with you for this flood mitigation.
You're right in a respect. When we do the Plan EA, we have to consider various alternatives as part of the project,
Mhm.
including a no action alternative. This is probably the best alternative and really about the only reasonable alternative we could develop. I mean, there's other alternatives, but they're almost spit out before we could, before it was even worth the analysis, if that makes
Okay.
sense. This was the best of the alternatives to push forward into an analysis.
And
If that
that's what
answers the
I was
questions.
expecting. I just wanted to verify it with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to voice my opinion here that I understand the city wants to sell being able to dump dirt, but I think we ought to be looking at the right option and not the option where the city's making, trying to make a couple of bucks off of selling dirt. So I think that if that's a better option to go with a no, or a minimal input of soil, then that ought to be looked at as we get into that design phase. I'm guessing that's in that next phase of it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's
I'm
correct.
very aware of the different levels of rain events. I'm used to dealing with 25 and 50-year events in industry and manufacturing and facilities and those type of things. I don't know where, I just want to make a comment that was brought up earlier. I don't know where willful negligence comes in if 100-year event and not mitigating for a 100-year event would get into that willful negligence. But in industry, if we identify a problem like we have now, we have to do something about that, or we can be held liable for willful negligence. And so I think it really needs to go to the attorneys at some point so that we can at least get some clarification on that, because I think that's an important factor. Is a 100-year event and not mitigating for it a willful negligence case that somebody could actually bring up? Yes, they can sue for whatever they want, but where are those lines drawn for a city, right? I think that needs to be brought up so we can at least get that answer to know, do we have to do this now that the possibility has been brought up that we have a chance of this kind of flooding? Do we have to do something, or could be held liable? That's what I had.
Thanks, Brian.
Does Chris want to say something?
Yeah, I don't know if Chris is there wanting to say something. Chris Brockbank, did you, not to put you on the spot, but
I'm on, if you can hear me.
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I missed a little bit of it because I'm down at youth night, but how many dump truck loads is going up Deep Forest Circle again? Up and down.
Yeah, that's a great question. When I get a lot. So kind of as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, our initial design was taking dirt away from the site.
Yes.
The
I remember
last
that.
design, because there was some desire to possibly sell some space for dirt by the city, was hauling dirt to the site without, if the city chooses not to go that direction, in other words, selling dirt space, our goal would be to balance, because it can be pretty easily done. We've been able to show that between our cut and fill, to what we call balance the cut and fill. So most of the dirt we use will be on-site dirt. That's not to say there won't be any hauling of dirt, because there likely will have to be some grubbage removed. If it's there were some taken off before, but there may be some more dead trees or whatever gets pulled out that we don't want to put back in the dirt. We'll try and, we try and set some of the topsoil aside, put back on if we're going to plant seeds. And we'll have to bring in some gravels, ripraps, and some things like that to line the channel with. So it's not to say there won't be any dump trucks, but our goal would be to minimize that severely compared to what you saw last time, because that basin was basically all export. We had to haul everything out of there.
Right.
This one, we're hoping to be able to, our goal is to balance it. Now, we're at 30% design. So we've still got to work through that, but that's a goal I think we can achieve.
I think I saw on one of the slides, 52,000 cubic feet or something.
Yeah, like I said, that was intentional so the city could sell space. We would make that 0.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know how much a dump truck holds, but 52,000 sounds like a lot.
About 10 to 15 yards, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
About 10 to 15 yards. So it'd be a lot
Yep.
of dump trucks. So like I said, it would be, I don't think it'd be much of a stretch. And we've already looked at it, Parker and I looked at it the other day. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to do what we call balance, the cut and fill, so that there's 0 export, 0 import, except for materials that we have to import, some gravel, some rocks, some
Yeah.
things like that.
Okay. Well, I feel better than 210,000. That was the initial
That was
Um,
actually import or export.
export.
So
Yeah.
that's why I think we can balance it.
Okay.
And it can be I think we can easily do it. So
All right, thanks, Chris.
Yep.
Okay, well, if there's no further comment, Jody, please.
Page 5.
Use the mic.
Okay, on page 5 of the presentation, you showed the culverts, and someone said that they thought it would address the current problem that we're having on the top part of Broad Hollow, but the culverts are only shown below Pine View.
yeah, so that was an idea we just had the other day with Corbett. We haven't updated the design, but the idea is rather than take the pipe out the basin and go down through that 6-acre property and then hit Broad Hollow down through, what's that little street there?
Pine View.
Pine View. Rather than come down Pine View, what we would do is come out the other side of the basin, come down to the top of Broad Hollow through that city easement. We could possibly capture the one issue that's going on there and then start at the top of Broad Hollow and come down. So that would be something that would carry forward in the next phase of design.
That needed to be clarified.
Yeah.
On the construction costs, I know we did volunteers and everything last time. How much did that really save us in the end?
So last time, what we come up with, that probably saved us about $16,000, I think is what I came up with.
It was
And-
significant.
What's that?
It was significant.
Yes. It was a, I don't know, how do I say this? I appreciate all the work, the efforts that the volunteers put into that. And it did contribute to a reduction in the construction price from the contractor by about $16,000. Now, contractor would have charged us $16,000 more to do that work. Probably could have done it in, less than half the time and less the impact, but it did help.
If we did use staff and volunteers to do the culverts, what is our liability as far as installation? Is it just easier to pay a contractor to do it so that they have to make sure daylight's properly according to our code, that it's installed correctly? Is there durability then that's covered?
So, great question. Really good thought. And this one's a tough one because it's more now my recommendation rather than data, or which is I just hope to keep this to data and information. This is more of a suggestion. I would suggest that the city look at cash contribution to the project of $20K. I've heard from the finance director that could be doable.
Yeah.
And just let the contractor do it. I think that'd be, while they're there doing the channel and everything like that, that'd be the simplest solution and probably produce the best results. And we also get a 1-year warranty from the contractor. That'd be my suggestion. Now, what the city chooses to do is I'll let you guys decide, but I think you'd be farther ahead just to let the contractor put the 10% in and let the contractor do it.
Okay, and then
Suggestion.
I promise my husband will speak to the aesthetics because he can be careful. This is the current basin, and it takes up that space. This is already how much we've done up here. And we're gonna do more. So just when you're looking at things, keep in mind But I don't know how much more acreage it is that we would be, in a sense,
Mhm.
taking out.
I know, it makes me sad.
And I remember that when we had to do the fire line with, where we had to do that fire break up along, we had a lot of residents who were concerned, you know, what's that gonna be used for in the future? How are we gonna replant it?
We had to put logs through so it wouldn't
Yeah,
be roads
and
for
so-
ATVs.
We got a lot of negativity or negative feedback on that one, so I don't know how much negative feedback.
I think that's why having a public meeting several times, not just the last one that has to be done, but several along the way to
Yes, sir.
give more
Yes, sir.
information would be helpful.
Yeah. So like I said, we can do as much within the program that we can do, but then I'd suggest maybe, we come up with options for the city to do things to further beautify it within what we can do. And just one more note, if there's no more comments, is that I think the idea of having a public meeting is a good idea, because by the time we get to the one that is required by the NRCS, we're kind of towards that final, this is what we're submitting for review by the NRCS. It would be nice, we don't want to be making wholesale changes at that time. It would be nice to have some input before that, if there is some things that we need to understand prior to that. And lastly, I would exhort anybody in the community or council, please reach out to me. I'm happy to talk about this. I'll answer. I really do just want to keep an impartial, provide you the information, the data. I want the public and the people to make their own decisions. In addition to an engineer, I'm a resident here. So, I want the best for whatever the public wants, right? So however this goes is what I support. But I want to make sure that, whoever has questions, reach out, let's talk about it, because I hear so many things go around a lot that I just wonder where that came from, I guess, speaking frankly. And I would rather just have them ask me. I'll give them impartial information without leading them into any decision, and be happy to do so.
Mayor, you want the poll, but the poll is just to vote, basically to approve.
It's not a vote.
Well,
Signing
just, do I
of the letter.
have an informal approval to sign the letter to request?
but it's
that
not
the-
approving the whole thing tonight.
No, yeah.
It's just to get the funding in line for the culverts, right?
we go
Which we
that
don't
way.
even actually have to take, right? I mean,
Right.
it's
Right,
not
but-
even something that we're locked into if it turns out that the
I just want
basin-
clarification of what
Right.
we're giving you the poll vote for.
So the poll would be just to make sure too, it's to say that we would be responsible for the 20,000 match, whether in kind or
Yeah, and
cash.
that's why I was going to get a letter ready, but
And then it wouldn't, if we didn't sign that and we decided to go forward, we would be responsible for the whole 200,000. But if we do this, at least it's in place. And then if we reject it, it's no big deal. We just give it back.
so in short, this letter is part of the application. So we can't submit the application without the letter,
So
right?
I guess
So-
my broader question is, because we're going to vote on this, we'll vote on this again or
Yeah,
have
we'll have
more
to
dis-
ratify it.
because I want more public input before we do that.
Before you,
Vote on the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
oh, yeah. And this has to actually show through the part of the NRCS public meetings. The reason for them is we have to show to some level public support, right? Now, it doesn't mean everybody has to support it 100%, but we have to show that there is there's public support behind the project. That's part of the reasons for the meetings with the NRCS at this Plan EA level. So that's what also public meetings will do. Right.
Okay, so
And that's what I wish too, that, let's get the feel for the public and
The other thing I want to clarify, Ted, so you're okay with us giving out your personal number to anyone, or do you want them to
It's
call
on
your
the city
office
website,
number?
isn't it?
it probably is.
Yeah, I mean, do you want them to call the city office for your office here?
No,
or
they
your
call
Jones and Bell office, or your personal number?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
They
asking.
can call my cell phone.
Okay.
That's about all I talk on anymore
All
anyway.
right, so can I get an idea then on this? So Carrie, I'm pretty sure I know where you stand.
Yeah, I agree that you can sign the letter, and whether we go forward or not, we can choose after that.
Okay, Ben,
Yes.
David? If you need more time, again, this is not a
I
high
have
pressure
terms and
sales.
conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have terms and conditions for the whole project. I've already stated at least a few of them. Here's the thing. I think we need culverts like that throughout the whole city. I was watching the water come down, and I'm like, oh my goodness, we need better culverts.
Well,
gotta
that's
be-
item 6, fiscal
Yeah.
year 2024
I
budget.
know. But my point is I want the culverts. I'm not sure about the basin. I don't want the scar.
But are you comfortable with the letter?
I'm comfortable with the letter. That's fine.
Okay.
As long as the condition is that we guarantee that it does not, like the last time what happened was we started with one of these, oh, no big deal. And then the next time we went to take a vote, it was, well, if you don't vote for this, it's going to cost the city $100,000 for engineering fees. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, great. Okay, I've just been backed into a corner and, you know, I'm looking at the finances every day and I realize we can't afford not to.
Yeah.
So it very much felt like we were bamboozled into parts of that project.
And Ted, I'm relying entirely on your representation that we.
Yeah, and if you want, I mean, so submitting the application is one part of it, but we also, along with, like the NRCS, with FEMA, we have to show a benefit cost of the project. And that was what has been modeled as that one map. Without the basin, there is no benefit cost, and we wouldn't be eligible. Now, I can confirm before we actually send the application in, I'll call Amber over at Division of Emergency Management and just say, okay, if for some reason this basin doesn't work out, can you guys have the funding back?
Can you get that in writing too?
Yeah. Now, to kind of explain where this funding comes from, like I said, this is funding the state gets from FEMA when an FMAG's declared. And the funding is available for communities to use through the Division of Emergency Management to restore generally after a fire. It still has some match requirements. Some cities don't take that because if their project's a $2 million restoration and they have a 10% match, well, that's 200,000. And if it's a small city like Woodland Hills, that doesn't do much good. So this is leftover money that hasn't been used. The state would like to use it up because it can be handed out at a state level. That's kind of where the money comes from. So
And it's too small for most projects around the state.
yeah, they've got a couple of small applications that they're going to apply. So they've got 280 available. The 80 of it they want for other small applications that they would like to satisfy. They have the 200 available for us. So I'll confirm with her that if an application doesn't mean that we are committed if the project doesn't move forward.
Okay, perfect. And so with
So
that,
as
then,
long as we're not on the hook for any money, I'm okay with moving one step forward.
okay, so, and then Ted, if you can just, again, get that in writing and then forward
Yeah.
that to us so we can have it. I mean, I'm not asking them to sign a contract, but just so we can, have something that is just beyond a verbal assurance over a phone call, which is easily forgotten. I would just like to have some.
We must have an attorney for a mayor. Yeah, I usually email her and she's really quick to respond and really good. She's the one who oversaw our basin project up here. Same gal that we're working with, and she's really good to work with.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Doral?
His answer was so long. I'm just going to say yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. Janet?
I'm okay with the letter.
Okay.
I'm not approving the whole thing, and I have terms and conditions.
Okay.
Not yet.
Very good. All right. Thank you. Okay. Well, I think that's it then. Thanks again, Ted. Very helpful.
You bet. You bet. Like I said, any questions, I'm open door policy. Come see me anytime.
Ted, you heard
Bring cookies.
You heard a lot of fiasco noise over this first rendition of this because we were pushed into a rush. Council members were busy it was just a bad time when we discussed this the first time. And so this has really helped, get to stop and
Thank you for all the information.
smell and look at the details. So
Well, yeah, I appreciate you given me the opportunity because I really want the right information out there. The best information. Well, it's evolving, right? We're 30% working on the environmental, so it's evolving, but at least this is what we want to put out there. So feel free to reach out to me anytime, because when I hear some of the things, it makes me
I
nervous.
think too, just like this is a county project and this is the one part of Woodland Hills. Last time, even the county didn't know what was going on a lot because they never had experienced a project of this size before. So it was out there, and then each of us were given just, little bits and pieces along the way as well. And you were doing.
Oh, if you've seen this, if you've seen my spreadsheets trying to, because not only was I tracking it for Woodland Hills, how all the funding was working, I was tracking it project wide for all 7 projects we had going on, and 9 or 10 million of those, it was in that phase. This one's about 25 million. It was
a learning experience.
It was a bugger.
We had never done something.
It was fun. It was
So it
fun.
wasn't just our city. It was everybody had kind of the same experience.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, so thanks for your 30-minute presentation.
Yeah. Sorry about
No, that's perfect.
Yeah. Well,
No, we kept
So-
you, and but I do think we need to move on because we still got an entire.
I would agree.
budget
So
to
maybe-
discuss.
And sorry if I don't hang around for the budget discussion.
Well, Ted, I want to ask you and the mayor something real quick. So because we put this out here, we'll have this on the website for people to review your presentation. We have that, those slides on there. Would we say like in 1 month, we could maybe schedule a public meeting that they could come and ask you additional questions, that it would just be in the big room, just to come and ask question meeting? Would you be okay with that? And would you be okay if we schedule that with Jody?
So not during a council.
No, not during a council
meeting.
meeting, just something similar like this.
Yeah.
For Ted to meet with residents.
No, I
And they
think
could
that'd
ask
be great.
questions.
And okay, I'll set that up and with Jody, and we can get some communication out on that. And I'll, of course, coordinate with you on time.
Sure.
Did someone else have something they were going to say? I thought.
Just
that-
look out the window, everybody. That's all.
Yeah, I know. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks again, Ted. Okay, update on the solid waste RFP. Chris, yeah. Are you there? Not Chris Brockbank, Chris Elvey. There he is.
Sorry. God, Ted, that was boring. You got to stay around for the budget, buddy.
He had his back to you, so you should repeat your insult.
Oh, Ted,
That's what we should do is.
say it again, Chris. Say it again.
Ted, that was boring. You got to stay around for the budget. It's going to be awesome.
Tie him to the chair. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
So much for that hour presentation, buddy.
The only thing more boring than you is him. So. Yeah, give a shot, Chris.
I got to go back to Hawaii.
No, he said you have to.
There we go. Much better.
All right, solid waste RFP.
It's been let out. It's in the RFP process through the state of Utah. We've had a couple people send some questions. The questions are due at the end of the week or by Monday. We compile the questions, get responses back to the state as soon as possible. And then the council will be able to have a vote on this at the 25th council meeting. The RFPs are due back by the 21st of April. So can't remember if we decided on a committee or how you want to handle this, or just open them up in a public meeting on the 25th.
We decided to kind of narrow it a little bit and then bring the top few to talk about.
I don't know that you're gonna need to narrow very much.
That's
Well,
what I'm thinking.
I'm
too.
assuming you're going to get 2.
I think that's the last one you decided to open the bids in the meeting.
That works. Okay, so the 25th, we vote on it, right? Basically, in summary.
Yeah, if Jody, if you put that on the agenda, then you can have a work session and then vote on it.
Okay. Perfect.
I think Dave's right. We're going to only have maybe one or two, if that. So
Need to narrow it down be below that.
Well,
We're in units.
we hope we get
No, I
one.
agree.
Yeah, we do need one.
Yeah.
I'd like to get us a little bit of
Otherwise, are we
competition,
going to
but
be using Ben's,
Yeah, Ben's pickup.
yeah, I can take about, 2 green loads. Bad option, guys.
All right. Well, while we've got you, Chris, what about an update on the contract with Classroom Smarts?
Okay, I did send a message to them stating the council's intention to cancel the contract, or the contract is canceled. As we talked about before, Mayor, he was looking at a restocking fee. And this is the text I received from him regarding that. And he says, I negotiated a restocking fee from 50% down to 30% because of waiting on the remainder pieces that still have not come in. But that's still $7,246.12. And so and we paid him 15 grand. So his proposal is to send us the difference between the 15,000 minus the 7,200 for restocking fee.
Sizable restocking fee.
Sheesh, I should
Wow.
say, and we just have to give them because we're never gonna get the system because they can't get the parts anyways.
Well,
No.
unless he bid the system and won the RFP.
Well, if he wants to be considered for an RFP, I think he's going to have to do better than a $7,000 restocking fee.
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't make that stipulation on an RFP or take him out of it.
All right. Do you see any wiggle room with that?
I can try and push back.
I mean, I'm just curious how he justifies that amount.
When we signed this so long ago, it seemed like our contract would have been void after so many years or so many months of not receiving any service at all.
Yeah, and this, the way it's implied is this is not him charging this. This is his manufacturers charging him, and he's passing the cost along to us.
Well, if we could see the documentation for that, that might make it a less bitter pill to swallow. Although I mean, that's ridiculous, but
Agreed.
I'm a little concerned over him asking us to swallow this when he's failed to deliver the services. I mean, if he hasn't,
He didn't perform.
it's not just that he didn't deliver some of the services, he hasn't delivered any of it. And it's been years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To
You
me,
do have to remember, it took us over 8 months to a year to even get the internet in while the contract was signed, and he waited for us. So we do have some culpability in this because of the internet could not get installed, and there were challenges with the work requests that were there.
I don't agree with you there, Chris. Sorry. I think he should have been ordering the darn stuff and had it in so that when we did hit the 8-month mark or whatever, and we got the fiber there,
So he's
that he was ready to install it immediately. Even if I understand it correctly, he's not ready to install it today.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. But
So,
as a business,
To
I would not have
me,
ordered
the
parts.
8-month is a garbage argument.
But would you want to sit on inventory for 8 months?
Well, I think if we've dropped 15 grand already, that should have covered quite a bit. If I was in his shoes, I got the down payment, I would have ordered the stuff, waited, and then it pushed install back, waiting on us, and then maybe even service us with a fee by saying, hey, I'm holding on to this stuff. I'm just waiting on you guys, get it, but we didn't hear anything. We didn't get any pushback. Obviously, we don't know all the communication that potentially could have happened, but from a business practice, they really should eat this.
Yeah, the 15,000 was for him to buy this stuff.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying this is kind of some of the facts that have come here. I think the $7,000 is way too high. And I like what the mayor said about, let's get some documentation. Show us that it's really going to cost this much. And then maybe we can have a conversation.
Yeah, I think that's a good starting point. I mean, the reality is he has the money in hand and we're chasing it. And that puts us in a compromised position. So let's just get the information.
It does. We could play some strong hand here also. I mean, we do have some I mean, Dave's argument also is valid that, yeah, he did sit on it. And what Ben said, we have given him money. So there is some teeth we have, there's teeth he has. And I think we just need to come to a meeting of the minds.
No, I agree. I just don't want to spend $10,000 to chase 7 in legal fees. So,
and it'd be nice in the documentation to see they're not charging us some fees for stuff he never got.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I think he's spent the money and doesn't have the equipment, doesn't want to give us back our money.
I think that's what's happened too.
okay. Well, and so I think this is a starting point. So thanks for
Thank
doing
you,
that.
Chris.
And let's just try to get maybe that down as much as possible. Okay. Item 4, discussion resolution adopting mass notification interlocal agreement. Carrie, I know that we've expressed some concern, so I don't know if you want to have further discussion on it, but we do need to.
Yeah, we can put that off. Jody and I have been talking with Quinn Fackrell of the Emergency Management Bureau. There's a couple of pieces that we can identify, and we're trying to get our former contract just so we can compare it. But we haven't tracked down that. We as a city don't seem to have a copy of it. And the county, Quinn, is newer than when we signed it 6 years ago. So we've asked now if they can look in their other archives, a few other people, to see if we have that. Supposedly, it's basically the same contract. It's just negotiating a different price based on the census of population. But our cost is still relatively low.
Yeah, it was like
250 or
278,
something, yeah, a year.
and that's a year. So why are we even discussing this?
The mayor just wants to make sure it's all clear.
Well, I mean, the thing is I was asked to just sign it, and I can't just sign it. We have to have council approval for
We
it.
have to have a resolution to approve it.
And the agreement also says that the city attorney has to approve it, and
We're
it
going to
also.
spend more time getting all that approval or more money getting the approval than we will signing it.
I don't disagree with that, but it's a contractual term, and so I don't want to do something that.
Has to be, they reference a prior contract that we entered into and whether that agreement is there and what parts of that still apply and don't apply.
Yeah.
Actually, the cost though, Chris told me yesterday, is less than what we're currently
Yeah.
paying.
Some cities went up and some went down, and we actually went
But
down.
that will not be the case in 5 years when they renew it.
Right.
It will go up because we're getting a break.
They were able to renegotiate the contractor with the vendor, and they were able to lower it.
That's
And,
correct.
oh.
Because what happened was the vendor ended up giving some wrong numbers, but they're
Okay.
willing to stand by it.
Stand by the wrong numbers.
And so what meant ours would go down, but he said it will go up substantially in 5 years. When we have to renew it.
Okay, and that's good information to have. Again, I was looking at the amount, and I was like,
Yeah, what are we even talking?
we spend more on paper.
Yeah. So,
Exhibit.
so we just need to make sure that all of the paperwork is there, that we've compared it to the past one, because it does reference that. We have to have a resolution signed by and approved by the council so that the mayor can sign it. And it has to be done in a few weeks' time so that it can be given to the county commissioners. Every city has to have it to the county commissioners, because then they have to do the same, because it's the county who enters the contract.
So do we need to send this to our lawyers so that we can then be ready for it?
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
really?
Well, the contract says, but Jody said she talked to the county about it. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but these are the steps that the contract requires. And so I don't want to sign something that then we're
I
just
don't know how
gonna.
much we're paying Craig, but
More than this contract.
Yeah, no,
if it's
and that's the thing
$400
is,
an hour, and if he bills by the hour, we're spending more money talking to Craig.
well, that's to Jody's point. She said that the county offered an interpretation that we actually don't need to run it by our city attorneys. So we can maybe get that in writing.
Maybe if-
Maybe that's,
Right.
yeah.
Without Exhibit A.
And Quinn's supposed to be getting that to us either tomorrow. He's hoping to get that to us. So it
So
just,
next council meeting.
we just couldn't
Yeah,
connect all the dots on everything that was
No.
missing.
Could we just pay the contract off and just not even sign it? Can we just pay the 5 years and be done? Because we're only getting charged 283 on this new contract. We're paying 600 a year. I mean, by the time I have Craig do it and spend all that money, can we just give him a check for the 5 years and be done?
I'm for that.
Yeah, if we can, again, I mean, it's not that we are having legal review it because we're deeply concerned about the amounts at stake. We're having legal review it, or we're considering having legal review it because the contract requires us to have legal review it.
Yeah.
So
Do you think that it would?
Review it.
Yeah,
that's
Do you
true.
think-
You did elect a
I
lawyer.
mean, Mayor, do you think because the county has to have the county attorney look it over, and we do have a contract with the county, and I think some of that can go through law enforcement to county attorney. Can we just vote to accept what the county attorneys say about it?
I think it says city attorney
Okay.
in the contract. I'm just going
I'm
from
just
memory here.
trying
but
to
I
think
believe-
of, because we do have, they're going to review it for sure.
Yeah.
Might as well have our tax pay for it already twice.
No,
Instead of twice,
I
just once.
agree. It's kind of a weird thing, but hopefully it'll be something that we'll be able to, if we can get that interpretation or that understanding, mutual understanding with respect to legal review. And
But we'll have that available by next council meeting for sure with the resolution and everything
Okay, we
else.
still got to do the budget, guys. We still got the budget.
yeah, no
Okay.
kidding.
Can we
The
have
fun
it?
has not even started yet.
Okay, after our next one, before we start that discussion, can we just take a small break?
I think we need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
We've
you.
been here a long time.
Okay, now, and item 5, this might be more hotly contested than any of us would like
Oh,
it to
boy.
be, but
Yeah.
it's not a bad suggestion, but let's see where it goes.
Oh,
I don't know what's coming up.
Okay, so obviously we've got the orange snowplow, and obviously it's old. And so one thing that we didn't account for in this year's budget adequately is ongoing maintenance for that truck. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Chris. So, I mean, in talking to Corbett today, it sounds like if we want to, and Corbett's going to give us some numbers, so I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but Corbett's going to come up and, huh? But basically, what we are trying, or hopefully going to decide here tonight through this discussion is, do you want to continue investing in the orange plow based on the numbers that Corbett will provide? And if so, we will have to roll those into a revised budget that's going to be different than what Chris has sent to you to account for these added expenses. Or do you want to just pull the plug on it and send it off in some sort of a funeral parade to, I don't know, maybe some photographer's backyard? So, Corbett, it's yours.
it's a tough crowd, Corbett. It's a tough crowd.
I would just propose that we budget $8,000 to $10,000 a year for maintenance. Now, I don't see us spending that. We replace the rear end. All we're going to do is end up, I mean, to me, all we're going to do is end up replacing tires as they wear out, brakes as they wear out. We don't put that many miles on the big truck anyways, but in my opinion, for what it's worth, it's invaluable.
So Corbett, what does the big plow do that the mid grades don't?
You can't move near as much snow. When you're trying to widen the roads,
You widen the roads with it, right?
mostly. I mean, if the storms get way out of hand, then we put it on the road and we plow with it. But you can't move near as much snow as you can with that big truck, with the little truck.
I would second your feeling that we have to have at least one big truck. I have no qualms with saying.
Well, I'll say as a driver, when we've had big storms and Big O has been down, it's difficult. If we get complaints, it's because Big O wasn't on the road. Because we can't, so just to give you guys an idea, Big O covers Woodland Hills Drive, Oak, and Summit Creek Drive. And it just runs those 3 streets. That leaves, myself to cover basically Maple Canyon and Mount Loafer. And then depending the shift, the plow 2 covers Woodland Hills and the new ward. And so it allows us to be able to take care of the side streets. If Big O is down, I run Woodland Hills Drive Oak, Woodland Hills Drive Oak, and the rest of the streets, well, we'll hit Broad Hollow, we'll hit Spring and Skylake, and the rest of it just has to kind of sit pending the velocity of snowfall. So I personally think keeping Big O makes a lot of sense, though I would also recommend potentially allowing the option for you to continue to look and see if auctions pop up for replacement trucks for them to be brought to us for approval to potentially replace it.
The only drawback to that is that auctions are now, you have to make that decision beforehand.
And hence I'm bringing that up now for you to have that option potentially going forward.
Well, do we want I mean, the devil we know, is that better than the devil we don't know? Because, I mean, you get a different used truck and it could maybe not have the same problems, but it could have.
Well, and that's why I say just the ability to have him have an open door to say, hey, I found this truck. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's fair.
Because there are some that come in that look pretty good on paper, right? That we've passed up on because they weren't budgeted options. I just think having that ability for Corbett to know that he can walk in and say, hey, I found this truck. What do you guys think?
Okay. That
So
sounds good.
Some of your maintenance costs, tires, oil changes, and so on, are with any truck we have. Is there any maintenance coming up on that big truck that makes it a decision to get rid of it and get a different one that you know of?
We don't know. We don't have the history.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you get that, I mean, the Mayor and I talked about that. You get that as you do oil samples.
Uh-huh.
And then you have an oil sample now to compare to an oil sample that was done 6 months ago or 500 hours or last year or whatever. We don't have that history.
So you have on this agenda item, it says results. Did you get results from Rush?
We got 2 results. Craig took 4 samples and Weeder lost 2 of them. So I retook them and sent them, I dropped them in the mail yesterday.
Okay.
So we
So
had
we're waiting.
we had the results for the transmission and the transmission and the front differential. Both of them were bad, but again, a bad result doesn't mean that it's wore out. It just means that you haven't changed the oil frequently enough.
Oh.
I mean, it could mean that it's bad, but you don't know that until you have something else to compare it to.
And I think that's the key, is that this would be the starting point, and then we would just want to make sure that we're annually tracking it to see if there's like rapid degradation. And if there is, then it's a different conversation, but we don't really have that data now. It doesn't seem like. Brian Hutchings. Yes.
Okay, so I actually happen to be an oil analysis expert, believe it or not. And there are a lot of things we look at in those oil analysis. And if we see metal in them and we're looking at the metal in those things, there's a lot more to this than just the additives and things like that, which are traditionally tested. But they're going to look for any metals that will tell us if we're seeing significant degradation. Another thing I do want to bring up, and I've been thinking a lot about as we came up to the leases on the other trucks, and this is just my 2 cents as a citizen. I think for the city, it would be a better option. I get we've got to do something about widening the roads, but if we had 3 of the smaller trucks and we got 1 each year, so we're getting a new truck every year. The lease is up every year. We work that into the cycle to where we're getting a brand new truck every 3 years. It's getting replaced every 3 years. So you're getting a new one every single year. Then you got 3 trucks on the road. Big O, as I've seen you working on it a lot. I've seen Craig, I've seen Rush down there. At some point we're putting more money into this. And when we look at $10,000, it'd be better to be put into a fund where we could actually get a good truck, right? That's just my opinion. But happy to look through the oil sample results with you, Corbett, when I get back in town, because this is something that I do for a living. But I see us putting a lot of money into that. It's a great tool, but is there something else that we could use better? We could use more? Could we use a loader to widen the roads and actually put money into a loader that you can actually use for repairs and other work during the year? I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. Just my 2 cents here.
Thank you, Brian. You want to address that? Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Drive down the road when there's not any snow and you look at the utilities that are right at the edge of the asphalt, even fire hydrants that are only 2 feet off the edge of the asphalt, and that's the way it was designed. But you got fire hydrants that are only 2 feet off the edge of the asphalt. You use a loader that's big enough to do it. And like what happened in 2007 or 2008, 2009, you hired I worked here, I was in Elkridge at the time, you hired an excavator company to come in and widen the road with a front end loader, and he absolutely tore up everything. So you tear up a power box, and this power box right out here, I hit it.
I wasn't gonna bring it up.
Yeah. You're in the Blue Flash Club.
Wheels were turned, and I couldn't keep it from going straight. I took out that power box. That cost us $1,938.
Well, and one thing I also would say, in addition to starting, a ongoing assessment of oil samples, I was going to recommend, Chris, to you as well, that we have a subcategory in the budget for Corbett to keep his time in for any repairs. It just seems like if we can track it with a high level of precision, then that makes each year's decision all the easier to make. So is there any problem with us trying to put that together, Chris, that you see?
Oh, that's easy enough to do.
Track of it.
He already does.
You keep track of it already. It's not more work.
Corbett tracks his time like a lawyer, so he's got lots of little line items that he tracks his time with.
Yeah, so I think that will help too, and that way each year we can revisit it as needed if it looks like it's and Brian, I think that might be to your point too. It's something where we can start making the economic decision. It's just that this year to toss it seems a little premature because we don't really have a good data set to make that decision, in my opinion.
Would the council consider a couple things? And Corbett, I'm trying to protect your liability and Claudia. I honestly don't think you should touch the brakes. I think that ought to be done by a company that's certified, insured, and bonded, and not put you at risk and not put the city at risk for things like that. And the city would need to kick out some extra money so we protect the employee, so he doesn't feel like he's got to save some money. And then the second thing is I blue booked that truck out, and the truck trade-in value is $27,000. So we got to kind of consider too, if we're going to drop 20 grand into it, is it worth continuing to do it? Now on the open market, on a good clean trade, or not a trade-in, on the open market, we could get about 39,000 if it's in good condition. And that's from the truck blue book. That's just something to consider also.
Yeah, on the brakes, I think that there is consensus, and I think that Corbett's number takes that into account. So I think that there's agreement. Corbett has worked with the county to potentially put together an interlocal agreement with their public works mechanics, and so we can get a good rate in having them. But they have all the certifications that we would need to guard against that liability. And then, yeah, I mean, when you're talking the value of the truck, I mean, that's, I think, what you're getting at too, Ben. I mean, if we're putting in 20,000 and you can get one that's in pretty good condition for 39, then who knows? But I just don't think that we have the information to make that decision this year.
No, I think we just need Corbett to be able to check and just keep an eye on it. And then if something pops up, then we can maybe make a decision with an actual truck.
Yeah.
To compare to, because we will need to replace it at some point with something.
It'd be nice if there was some funds though in a, in a savings account for that. If there was, I know we don't have it, but if we could start putting a few dollars away. And we have that in case something comes up.
In your budget, you got a 44 or 46 or whatever it is.
Yeah, we do have a capital projects fund set up. I can't remember how much in it right at the top. But we also have other needs too, like a service truck and some of those other kind of things. So there's a lot the city needs right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's another element. The service truck is
on its last leg.
praying.
Is it?
When we floor it coming up the hill, if we're pushing snow, it's an F-350, right?
Yeah.
It's a 250. It's 15 mile an hour up the hill. It's so.
I'll just push your snow
it needs some
downhill.
love. Yeah. Well, Craig should be able to flip off and put on the new service truck if we get. Yeah. So, but I think we need to just keep that in the back of your head. I'd also love to be able to just say, every year, new tires on the rears of those trucks I would love to see that budgeted just at the beginning of each snow year. New tires on the backs of those plow trucks. It's a whole different game. We just barely put some on the plow I drive, and my safety score went off the charts. It was beautiful. I ran no intersections. Nobody potentially died. It was fabulous.
Trash cans all survive.
What was that, Chris?
I saw some down.
Trash
Saw
cans
some
all
down
survive.
last storm.
I will not speak to that. The problem is that sometimes when we're just driving, especially in that heavy slush, and we go and that blade is tilted and it's throwing a wave, that slush will throw a garbage can. So we don't even need to talk about it. We don't hit it, the slush hits it and takes it out.
But isn't the service truck limited to cul-de-sacs, right? I mean, you shouldn't be. So, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, do we need to budget for that replacement this year, or is it, because you shouldn't be pushing snow uphill, I don't think, right?
There was one storm where we had one international in the service truck.
Okay, so
that was we only had one storm this year out of the 50 or 60 snow events we had, but it's the last resort when the service trucks plow on the main roads.
Yeah. Okay. But you don't see there being an immediate need to replace the service truck?
No, just put it in the back of your head.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that, so Chris, I don't know if you need anything more on that orange truck budgetary category, but if you wouldn't mind getting that put in place for the upcoming year, then we can just make sure that we have that information.
We'll have a lively budget discussion here in just a minute, so that'll be.
We need a 5-minute.
Yeah, no, we'll take a break. Okay, yeah, one more thing, Corbett.
On the orange truck, we did have a DOT inspection done on it. It failed. There were 5 items that needed to be fixed. There needs to be a screw in one of the front headlights because it's loose. Replace one of the tail lights. It's already done. Replace the hydraulic motor or fix the hydraulic leak on the back of the truck. If you look at it, there's a puddle of hydraulic fluid on the ground behind the truck. I've already got the motor to replace that. The brakes needed to be adjusted. That's already done that. And then the horn in the steering wheel.
And is that addressed in the amount that you've requested? Okay.
So, I mean, the DOT inspection is close. I mean, 3 of the 4 things or 3 of the 5 things are already done to take it back and have a DOT inspection or the DOT inspection.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks, Corbett. Okay. So yeah, let's take a break and reconvene at 8:51.
I have to go for torture in the morning at 7.
Okay. This is still work session, item 5, but we are reconvening. So item 6, actually, excuse me, discussion of 2024 fiscal year budget.
Thank you. I got a budget on my desk.
Yeah.
I had one up on my laptop.
Good night, Miley.
I could bring you a DiGiorno, or I could run over to,
Main Street.
Little Caesars and get you a pizza.
No,
That's
we ate
awfully
already.
nice, But thank you.
All right, sugar.
That's,
Yeah.
let's just go.
Keep them
Hunger's a great
hungry,
motivator
Milo.
to
Let's
wrap
go.
this up.
Everybody's limited to 10 seconds worth of
That'll
comment.
work.
Thank you. Good night. Okay, Chris, take it away.
Jody, can you allow me to share screen? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that it should be, and there's really nothing except the consent agenda.
Okay, I'll be right back on. I gotta log out and come back in to share my screen.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, maybe not. Let's see if this works. That work?
That's it.
All right, so small, I can't make it bigger, but this should look very similar to the one I emailed out to you. The difference is,
The one that he sent in the email is easier to look at if you can open it in your email. You can see the numbers better. Yeah.
okay, then I'll just save the screen. So I don't know if you want me to just jump to the bottom line and start going through it. How do you want this done, Mayor?
I don't really have a preference. Spice it up however you feel
All
you
right.
can.
Let's just rip the Band-Aid off right now.
Yeah, yeah, that would be a good starting point.
Yeah,
I have a suggestion for that.
please.
No, just the discussion about the solid waste and how we're subsidizing. I think we should change that. We're subsidizing the recycling portion of it. So we probably need to increase the rates a little bit so that we're no longer subsidizing it.
I think an element of that is Chris and I have been talking, and we really can't do much without the RFP. Because we don't know what our rates will be yet.
Okay.
And we're also getting charged for cans that we don't have. Lori's
Yeah.
been tracking that, and we're getting charged for things and told that certain homes have them when they don't.
Well, it's not that we're not charging. So there's cans out there that we're not currently billing. And so we just,
Well,
Lori and I are working on-
she also said that there were some that they're charging us for that the residents don't have. So there's kind of an in between.
yeah, that'll be tricky to figure out because they have a ticker. They have cameras, they have snapshots. Like we say, hey, you're charging us they'll send us a whole file load of all the dumpsters they have. So my guess is you probably have people who are double dumping, right? So they're taking their street, they're across the street and getting it dumped.
You
and
can
pulling
do
it
that,
onto your
yeah.
side and filling it back up and getting it dumped.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Like
logistics we've got to figure out.
Yeah.
But,
that's not
and that's
budget.
part of the RFP, isn't it, Chris, is to try to tighten that up?
Yep.
But I think that's a great point, Janet. I mean,
Yeah,
we
let's
do
not
need to-
subsidize it.
Yeah, no more subsidies on
That was the recommendation from Finance Committee because we talked about it and they
Okay.
said we need to stop financing.
Yeah.
Even in this year where costs are more for everybody, our city just can't afford to subsidize it.
Well, and we used to charge more for our recycling, and then we scaled it back because it was too much. And now it's kind of reversed. I think just that the recycling market is volatile. We just have to keep up with it so that we know.
Yeah, it just needs to be, if nothing else, a break even for us. So
Agreed.
that's all.
Maybe we should put that on the agenda for the 24th meeting, whatever it is, to open the fee schedule, because we should be able to make a decision that night on rate increases, even for the current year plus the year coming up.
So would we be able to have those numbers then? I mean, would we just be deciding on a rate increase in the abstract, or would we be deciding on a specific rate increase? Because could we decide on that if we haven't even accepted a contract?
I'm thinking during the work session, once you guys, if we start the meeting out with the RFP, you guys vote on it, then in the meantime, I will crunch the numbers. And then by the time you get to another section of the work, I should be able to have that for you. That way we're getting caught up for the May rates. Unless you're not going to raise until June, then we don't.
No, I would say let's get on it as quickly as we can.
Do we want to raise them at the same?
We don't want to raise them, but
Do we want to raise them though at the same time we figure out the impact fee stuff as well? Or are you okay with amending the fee schedule a couple times between now and July 1st?
Okay, so does garbage play into impact fees?
No, but it'll go on the fee schedule. So what Chris is saying, what we'll have
Oh.
to do is we'll have to amend our city fee schedule. If you're okay with amending it, a couple different times between now and July 1, that's fine.
That's just on our website, right?
Yeah, I mean, there is a new, and I've got to read it a little bit better, state code that says something about public noticing when you raise fees. And so, I've got to look at that because I think
Right.
we might have to actually have a public hearing on raising of fees.
Well, if that's the case,
Then we'll do
it
it
would be
together.
best to do it all at once. But if it's just a matter of changing our website, then I would say let's get it in effect.
Okay.
So I would hinge it on that.
Okay, I'll check in on that noticing requirement.
Okay, thank you.
You got to just take that mic with you, Jody. Just saying.
Yeah, smart.
Are we good?
Well, I think that's it. I think that's, Janet gave us the extra revenue and now we're,
Yeah,
now we're
that's-
ready to spend it.
We got,
that's not a lot. But it'll.
We only need to raise them $1,000 a month on garbage pickup, so we should be good. Per residence.
yeah.
Then we won't have to raise property taxes.
True, that is true. So the budget you have there is 4 columns. The first column says current year to date. As the date that this was printed on April 4th, those were the numbers on the current year to date. So that's today. The next column, revised budget 2023, is what you guys voted on in February. And so those were the changes made there. Then the employees proposed for budget 2024. That column is what the employees asked for. And then through some workings with the mayor and in staff meetings and stuff, this is, and I don't know if mayor's proposed budget is the best thing, mayor, but this is what we've come up with to discuss in this meeting. And just right off the bat, you'll notice the property taxes are gone up significantly, and that's about a 24% increase in property taxes. So we'll just start right there. And as we go through, you'll see why that's being proposed. There's also a way to alleviate that a little bit with some thoughts. And I was on the phone with Zions Bank today, Mayor, and got some more information on that. But so as we go through this, we can just keep that in the back of your mind that's to make this balance, it would be a 24% rate increase. Or
Which
property tax
I
increase.
do think that it's important to consider, 24%, that's double digits, and don't get me wrong. I am sensitive to how that sounds, but, and it's not even that, those on, tighter budgets too, it will clearly have an impact. But I do think it's important to keep in mind what that looks like in terms of dollar amounts, Chris, and you and I talked a little bit about this, but
yes,
on an annual basis, on a typical home in our city, this amounts to roughly, what would you say?
So if we're just taking an average home and we're only talking the raise of Woodland Hills property taxes, not NEVO, not Central Utah Water Project and all that kind of stuff, looking about a $28 to $40 a month. And that I'm feeling that's on the high side, but I want to make sure we're kind of conservative on that is where that's coming per month.
So that's all we can really account for.
So we're actually saying a 24% property tax increase? Is that what you're saying?
That's to get to this amount.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I'm pushing back on that is we generally get a property tax increase just from new construction and other things. So
But
I'm
remember,
asking,
they'll lower the rate down.
I
but
know they
yes.
will eventually, but I guess that's what I'm really asking is because, okay, I hear your argument, But I will tell you just from prior experience, they will not listen to that argument.
Oh, yeah.
We
That
will
will
find
get-
you on a tree.
All they will do is they will hear 24% and you will have all heck breaking loose.
Who
and
has to
pitch-
run in this next election?
pitchforks,
No.
and, I mean,
I
Oh,
don't
no.
disagree, but I can tell you this much. I'm only getting warmed up
Get
here,
your
so to
helmets.
speak, because this is not even taking care of our roads. I was going to propose that we also put a roads fee in place. I know I've been back and forth on that. And we talked about this, can we attach that to undeveloped lots? If we can, then a roads fee, I think, would be a good way to go, as opposed to an increase in property taxes. But we can't afford our roads. Even with this, we're not affording our roads. And so, I mean, even if the residents are outraged, that's fine. But I think it's important that they recognize that if you don't accept this, the infrastructure rots out from under you. I mean, there just really is. We are so lean. There is nowhere to make cuts. And so, I mean, it's just an expensive city to run because there's so few houses, and the infrastructure is a significant investment that we've made. And I just, I mean, I say it all the time. I mean, you look around you, look at your chair that you're in. It's peeling apart.
that's why I keep standing.
Yeah, no,
And we keep staring at your chairs.
It's paddless.
That are
it's-
stolen from
it's
the other
not
room
bad.
because those ones that we had fell apart.
well,
I think
and-
we actually put it in the budget for new chairs. We're in here. We
Yeah.
did it?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, we tried.
But see, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Is I they talk about come to Jesus moments. I kind of think that the city needs a come to Jesus moment, because we can't afford, based on, I mean, if we make too many cuts, I think that we are going to be compromising critical things. It's not,
New fancy things.
yeah, it's not
just normal stuff.
molding and I mean, it's not an opulent.
Mahogany council room.
Yeah, I mean, I just,
Same.
it's the nature of what we're dealing with, and I get it. It's something that is a politically challenging position to justify. But I mean, if we don't do it, I also think that all we're doing is we're selling our future selves to kind of make it easy on residents now.
And we tried that for a few years where we didn't raise anything, and then it ended up being necessity, and we had to go up high, and it was rough. It was really rough. And so we had decided that if we could just do it, more of a cost of living type thing, that a few percent, or at least maintain the rate from the year before, that's palatable to the residents, saying, okay, if I'm paying the same rate every year, which is still an increase because we still have to have the truth in taxation. But I don't see where there's anybody, even if we justify it with every single thing that we think that we need, that residents would support 24%, because we know that probably the district and all those other things that Chris has said will automatically up theirs a little too, because everyone suffered after COVID when things, were more depressed, and now they all are back and need more things. So and where our SESD rate is up and will probably go up again. I just don't see, and if we're going to up our solid waste and other things.
I mean, I don't want to raise anything. I'm just saying
I
we
just
shouldn't
don't see
subsidize
that,
it.
right? I just don't see that
But we keep kicking the can down the street.
we do.
Right, and I
We have
don't
to stop.
disagree with you, but I think that the decision should be to me, I would say we propose what we need. And if the residents want to make the decision that we don't want to pay it, it's like, okay, that's fine. We will support this, but you have to recognize what this actually means. I mean, we can't take an underfunded city and make it into something that magically works, because it doesn't.
So I agree with you.
Right.
And that's what we went through 4 years ago, because that's exactly what the mayor did.
Yep.
Months before we had to get elected. And
Okay, and I can be sensitive to that timing too.
and the timing sucked.
Okay,
But with that, again, I think it's important So it's one thing to say, we need more money and so forth, but the residents, and again, rightfully so, they should push back and say, okay, what am I getting for my money?
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that as we go through the budget, we are saying, we are specifically increasing these 5 areas. And if you choose, like, for instance, the last time, what it really boiled down to was $100,000 for an equipment shed down by the salt shed, which we need. I don't think any one of us disagree that we need that. The problem is again, the timing and just the amount of money. But the residents rejected that. They said, we don't want that. And so we took it out, and it ended up being an 8% increase instead of a 20% increase.
Let's
So
let
I
Chris
think-
go through it.
I think
maybe
we need to do the exact same thing if we're going to ask for that amount of money.
Great point. I agree.
And there is a way, I don't want to get stuck on this because there's a way to reduce that down by 10 to 11%, and we can go through it and I'll show you how.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to get the Band-Aid ripped off that it's painful right now. Inflation is still killing us. And yes, inflation's 7-8%, whatever you read, but not in oil and not in tar and not in asphalt. It's higher. So if we're just going down, starting on lines, line 3110. So we already talked about that one, basically keeping everything else the same on that first section of total taxes. If I go too fast, tell me to slow down. If you want to interject, please just let me know. The next section, licenses and permits, dropping down, building permits, just in anticipation of a slowdown that we've already seen. Next one, intergovernmental revenue. Really nothing changed except for the fire department grants. We just don't know if we're going to be getting anything yet. We don't know that for a couple more months. Charges for services. This is going down a little bit, but also coming up. So if we look at fuel reduction, this is the one that Craig has set up where the guys go out and fight fires. We did $200,000 last year. We're just going to put in 150,000 there. Also anticipating, just as a guesstimation right now, $150,000 revenue coming in for garbage. And when we get to it, you'll see there's $145,000 going out for expenses. So there's a $5,000 profit there. Once again, that's just a placeholder. Don't read anything into it. It's just the whole. And then going down, interest earnings. We've been really lucky this year. Unfortunately, when the home interest rates go up, so do our our interest rates where we have money invested. So it's good for the city.
Sorry, 3480 fiber revenue, that $20,000. Where's that coming from?
That's
Pass through.
intentional slowing it down because of the new homes coming in, the lesser homes.
Okay, so it's a pass through. So we're not tagging anything onto the fiber and making money off of our fiber network yet.
Just a little bit. We make about $150 to $200 per install.
Yeah.
Per install.
It's not on the service.
It's not a recurring fee.
Just a new install.
Chris, is
We
that
already have-
figuring we'd have 18 installs this next year or 16 installs?
Is that what you're thinking? 18?
Yeah, but the problem is everyone in Summit Creek, none of them connect to our fiber.
So just
Mhm.
they've got Centricom.
Yeah.
Or
They're a
whoever it is.
different provider.
So that would be 27,000, but a lot of times so we have a couple different rate structures. 1,500 if the fiber company has to come in and run it from the street with conduit all the way to the house. But a lot of these new houses are already dropping in a conduit line. So I think it's only about $900. So if it was the full $1,500 at 18 homes, it'd be $27,000 revenue. So I think that's probably a good average.
Like 13.3.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I don't see anything else on page 1 I need to discuss unless you guys have anything you're seeing there. Okay, page 2. Keeping the mayor and city council wages the same, increasing travel for city council by about $1,500 compared to what is been voted on this year. So this really covers mainly just you guys coming to the St. George conference and then maybe one other conference for somebody else if they want to go to that. And then upping the council expenses from $750 to $1,000, just in anticipation of an aging population. A lot of that goes just to some funeral expenses and stuff like that you guys may or may not know you provide flowers for. Okay, administrative. Last year, oh, sorry.
I was thinking for pizza.
Oh,
No funeral flower.
late night. Okay, last year at this time when we were going over the budget, we didn't anticipate that staff would have to work so much overtime with regards to the lawsuit. And bless Jody's heart and Corbett for spending all that extra time in the office, but it did cost some money that the city was not able to recoup from any of the insurances yet. So this time last year, we did not prepare for that. This year, we are preparing not for very much overtime because we think everything's slowing down with the lawsuits and stuff. But this includes a raise for the employees of whatever the inflationary rate is at the time, which I think this includes 6.5%. So just so you guys know, that's where the reference is coming for that.
Chris,
Yes.
I'm going to speak as an employee, and I think that's high.
Okay.
Most of our businesses out there aren't getting 6.5. They're getting 3, maybe 4. And I would feel bad that the city gave me 6.5 when I know most people in the city are not getting that.
So I think there's also
Thank you.
another portion of this is
That's
in the employee handbook, it talks about merit pay, or I don't know if that's the right terminology. So there's inflationary rate increase and then a merit pay. So trying to take an average. Mayor can increase or decrease that how you want, but we can take that into consideration with this budget. But then FICA and retirement all fall into line with that $193,000 amount. Audit, this costs more to do the city audit. The attorney, we're cutting that in half from what we have this year. Fingers crossed that we won't have to dip into that very much. We do have about $38,000 still left on the insurance, and that covers Danny's group, who actually is handling the litigation. I don't believe our city attorneys are handling any of the current litigation. Is that correct, Mayor?
correct.
What line is the audit on?
It's on
You were talking about?
41, 348,
341?
348,
41, 48.
Oh, 41, 48.
41,
41,
41.
41,
Uh-huh.
348.
Okay,
Three.
yeah, I see it.
Oh, there we go.
Have we
Okay.
received a check from the trust?
No, we won't until it wraps up. I don't expect because
So we'll
Snow
receive that
Christensen is
check in
still.
about 6 years? Gotcha.
Well, I've never
Maybe before
known.
the camera equipment comes in.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah. So they won't send us a check till that one's done and gone and everything's closed out.
Yeah.
Good.
Because Snow Christensen is the trust's firm, so they're going to wait until that's done. And
Perfect. Yep.
Okay. Administrative professional services, this is one line item that potentially could be reduced. This did cover this past year a lot of David Alder, but in years past, it covered things that LEI did with the ordinances and resolutions and those kinds of things. Elections, we'll have to pay for elections this year, estimating about 2,800. Just keep going down. Oh, the big one, utilities. So with a 40% rate increase, that almost takes us to 50 grand in utility costs for the city center, the park, the mailboxes, and the roundabout.
Wow.
don't
That's a
worry, we have
huge
started
jump.
a turn the lights off campaign. In fact, Jody, you want to hit the lights and we can
Yeah.
finish this in very romantic lighting.
Bring candles.
I'm sad I'm not
Can
up.
we-
Hold up my phone.
Right, yeah, just like a concert.
Oh, yeah. Can we get some solar panels on this building?
You know, I did actually have a resident come and propose that.
Mike,
Huh?
Mike.
No, it was
Yeah, I was gonna say, who else?
it was a different resident, and they were talking about batteries, and you know, I guess there's definitely some options. It's something to look at. I agree, and I mean, this place, well, not downstairs, but upstairs. I mean,
Maybe in the mitigation, we can put some like a solar field.
Yeah, solar array.
Or, on the water surface, drop those little solar balls or whatever they are.
Yeah. I just think that's something probably to look at. Sorry.
No, I agree. I've never really looked closely at it, but it is something, especially when you're looking at these kinds of dollars.
Well, what's our
That's-
largest contributor there, Chris? Is it electric? Is it gas?
Well, in the wintertime, it's a combination of both. We got those boilers running, we got the furnace running, and we've got gas coming in. In the wintertime, it's going to be more electric. So for most of the year, it's going to be electric because of the air conditioning stuff.
Okay.
Let's see. Insurance, we're not thinking it's going to do much there. Potentially a little bit because of the lawsuit, but upping admin travel and conferences, just a little bit for some of Jody's conferences, books and descriptions. I don't know if there's anything else on here that's really a big item that's changed from the current year's budget to next year. Under the building, dropping inspection wages down just as a natural because of the less potential building going on. However, that's an in and out anyway. So we collect that money and then we turn around and spend it. So pretty much everything on this list should be an in and out with some of the revenues that we collect in building permits. Not 100%, but it is close. Public safety.
Police went up.
Police went up because of, as we talked about.
Sergeant.
Sure. Yeah.
You saw that you guys have already approved that contract.
So it's not the hours, it's just the increase in
You got to pay
his,
raise.
his pay.
Pay, and he's a sergeant.
Oh, okay, so that's
So the
happened.
hour, the actual contract hours remain the same. Okay.
Going through the fire department, the biggest thing on page 3 under fire is the fire truck itself, the payment, and that's only an estimation right now. Hoping it's not going to be much more than that. But
Which line is the payment?
It's on 4220.740. But as we talk about here in a second.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah.
77,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
we'll-
Chris, sorry, on 600, fire equipment supplies, it looks like Craig asked for 45,000, Mayor's sustained 35,000. What was that $10,000 they got cut?
If you go down a couple lines to .648 and .649, in each of the categories, we're adding a fuel specific line and a repairs and maintenance. Kind of.
Okay. Never mind. Thank you.
Good question, man.
You're good. You'll see on the next one, fuel reduction, we plan on bringing in 150,000 and spending 120,000. And then the city gets to keep most of the profit from that because of the use of the city's fire truck. And that's what we did this year. The city kept about $25,000 of that money. The other additional money has been put away into a savings account to pay for the salaries because the gentlemen are going to start here in the next little while to start clearing brush. And so the money we made last year is in a savings account to pay their salaries this year until July 1.
They have a pack test this Saturday, so they'll be getting going soon.
Hey, Chris, on that, are these numbers based off just the brush truck going out or a brush truck and an engine?
Just the brush truck right now.
Oh, good question. Now we've got the engine going out potentially, right? As well. So these numbers should be a lot higher from a revenue standpoint, potentially.
If we can staff the engine with the requisite people, yeah, the engine can go out.
Yeah.
That would be
We still have
after,
enough people to stay here in case we need it.
Well, it would be.
Well, we'll
new
have the new
hires,
engine,
probably.
right?
Right.
So,
New hires
But
would
no
go.
people.
well,
yeah,
they've
people
talked
are
about,
optional. We got a new truck. It drives itself.
Right.
It's made by Tesla.
You know,
they're talking about sharing with other departments too. There's other guys that want to go out for 2-week deployment, and maybe we'll have a guy from
You
Goshen.
want to do the pack test, Doral? Are you sad about it?
it's a long story. When you're 71, you don't do it very well.
I know.
I've tried.
The EMS only went up by $500, and that was with the I don't even know. I have to look at it a little closer. Just off the top, animal control. Who's over animal control?
Me.
Yeah,
Okay.
why is that going up?
So Janet, I thought you gave me a price, but I couldn't find it. So I tucked in $7,000.
Okay, I'll go find it and email you.
Okay. I know it went up, but I can't remember if it went up $1,400 or not.
Yeah, I have it in my notes somewhere. I'll find it.
Okay,
I just don't have it with me tonight.
Okay, and then we have the new section for emergency management, and carries out for $2,000 for supplies. And then you'll see we've also got a capital project set up, and we'll talk about that in a second for emergency.
It's not just supplies, it's also for trainings and conferences and those kinds of things.
Perfect.
Roads. You compare employees, what they're proposed on the third column versus what is being proposed by what we're talking about tonight. So the mayor did something this year that in past years has not been done, and that was actually pulled all the employees together in one big meeting, our staff meeting, and for about 4 hours a couple weeks ago, we went over line by line and talked about what we could cut, what we couldn't cut. And Corbett's department is the biggest, and he has the biggest asks, and he also has the biggest needs. And so this is where a lot of the money, let me just go to the bottom line. Originally, if we could, if employees got everything they asked for, that would be $2.6 million. We'd have to raise our property taxes by almost $750,000. So that's just not feasible, and that's not reasonable. And I don't think our tax rate could go that high to cover all that. So where did we cut? So the bottom of page 3, there's really not a whole lot difference, but let's go to page 4.
Look down at 417. An employee proposed.
Oh, on 4410.740. So one of those things was a partial payment, or excuse me, partially paying cash for a new big orange truck, and then partially paying for an expansion of the city center there. And so that's kind of that was taken out and just left $3,500 for the lease on the tractor we have from CAT to fill the snow or the salt and that kind of stuff. You notice, let's go back up to .600. That was reduced by $4,000, but if you jump down a couple lines to .648 and 649, we actually increased it a little bit to cover some maintenance and supplies and roads. Now, this is just for roads only, not for snowplow. Typically, when the snowplow trucks break or need parts, we divide it between 3 departments: roads, water, and snowplowing. Big Orange, 100% snowplowing. So let's keep that into consideration there. And if Corbett proposed $8,000 for snowplowing, is that what he had recommended for repairs and maintenance earlier?
Jody remembers 8 to 10. I thought he said 8.
Okay, I thought he said 8. We have 10. I'll show you that in a second. Dave, we have this .702 loan. This goes back 4 years, 3 years. We have not spent this money. We're paying interest and principal. And the reason I say Dave is because he was on the council when the council voted for it. And it's just, we haven't spent this money yet, but we're paying on it. It's sitting in the capital projects fund right now. So,
Yeah,
and that's,
we've allocated it, haven't we?
yeah, it's for Loafer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we've approved that, so now we're just waiting to spend it.
fantastic. That'd be nice to get that spent. If not, if we don't spend it, I recommend we give it back and just get that loan, a chunk of that paid off. Otherwise, so you can see the bottom line there under total roads in the bold, 870,000 was asked for, and cut it down to 481,000. And so the biggest chunk of that was a partial purchase of a big orange truck and then partial expansion of the city center there. There's the sanitation and garbage, talked about bringing 150 in, spending 145. Let's talk about snow plowing. We're at about, we're going to be over $55,000 in wages this year if you guys get another snowstorm, but bringing it back down to where we've been in years past, 30,000. FICA, retirement, that all just plays into it. Snow plowing supplies and.
Yeah, Chris?
Yes.
I actually was concerned about that. Because again, I mean, things go in patterns, and I worry that we got spoiled over the last 4 years, and then all of a sudden this year we got hammered.
Yeah.
I was thinking we should split the difference between those two. It'd be more in the 40 something range.
Go 43,000.
for the wages rather than down in the 30. I just don't think historical is a good map for us.
Okay, so we took that to 43,000, and that would take FICA up to 3,300. And then I'd need to figure out, I don't think retirement would change very much. But I need to check that out. That really just depends how much Corbett and Craig drive. That's really affected there.
Yeah.
Can I ask Ben a question here with road salt? Is there any, educate me, what $60,000 for salt? Could we not salt like little cul-de-sacs that are on level areas like
We never
my
salt any of
street?
them.
I see salt on it all the time.
On your street?
Always. It's salted after every storm.
Yeah,
I mean,
used to ask
I
you.
see it. So I'm just curious.
I don't know how. So
There-
you're my route.
There are a lot
And
of
I
streets.
never drive your street.
There
So
are.
the the service trucks goes through your street.
I just see salt on it all the time, and I'm
Huh.
thinking all these little cul-de-sacs that are on level ground. I mean, I agree. Woodland Hills Drive, Oak.
Yeah.
So, there are obviously, I think intersections and the main streets would be all I would salt. And so I don't know. I just
So-
thought we used to salt
Well, remember too,
So we have to salt.
and steep grades.
So standard operating procedure for plowing in like for Spanish or Provo or anything like that is anything at about a 12% grade and intersections they salt. That's it. Our whole city, for the most part, meets that requirement.
Yeah.
Right. So what we'll do typically is there's certain places in the city we'll hit heavy, right? Like for instance, Sky Lake, right?
Okay.
On that bend on Sky Lake, I'll hit that really hard
So
because
you're
people
giving
will
me, the impression that it is on your minds and you have
very,
a
very
plan.
much.
But,
Yes.
but I do see salt in front of my house all the time.
So-
and I don't know if that's standard or.
Yours, see, that's my concern right now. Is yours should never have salt.
Unless it gets dragged in from the intersection.
yeah, it could
Because
be down.
I get more complaints from people on cul-de-sacs that we're not salting them.
I
And that's
know.
the first time I've ever
My
heard
neighbors would
that.
slap me right now.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I hate snow
could
plows
be.
on my street.
So,
period.
for
But that's just
instance,
me, Crippen, Idaho.
I will salt on occasion. The only cul-de-sac I personally will salt on occasion is one up from you. Okay.
Oh, really? Vista? Where there's no houses?
Mountain
up there?
Vale. No. Mountain
Oh.
Vale Circle.
Oaks, Valley
on-
View,
Mountain View.
Valley View.
Valley View.
You were at
Valley View
Dips.
Circle. Cleveland's. Okay.
Oh,
And that's only because that's super
Okay,
steep, and I
okay.
get people stuck there all the time.
okay.
That's rare though.
Yeah.
But I will salt personally on my roads.
Uh-huh.
Woodland Hills Drive, Oak, Valley View, the cross section. And then also I will hit Highline. No. Oh, Highline's the section across my front of my house. I turn it off. Anywhere where it's flat, it goes off.
Okay.
But we're really
Yeah. And I'm
We-
getting the right answer.
we throw harder in the beginning of the season than we do later because
Okay.
the finances creep in.
Yeah.
Well, and also
And
it
it's
just
warmer.
people-
Cognizant.
it takes a while for people to get used to driving on
Okay,
snow.
People are a
so-
little, yeah. So
Makes sense.
we're hyper concerned. This one, the biggest problem, and this is what we call this was a money storm, right? Because when it snows this much
Oh, it's
versus
slick.
2 feet,
Yeah.
we use the same amount of salt.
I hear that. Yeah.
and that's the big problem.
And
Yes.
this last one, it wasn't much snow, but dang, it was slick.
It was
It
really
was. It was
slick.
that little skip.
Well, it also the problem is when it throws wet, it's raining, and then it starts to kind of stick, and then it snows.
Right.
There's a s-
It's like a hydroplane
Yeah.
layer, and we have to hit that hard.
Yeah.
Or the other problem is we'll sometimes have to salt for the sake of keeping the cars off or on the road, because if we don't enough, they're in the ditches,
Yeah.
which then increases our danger.
Yeah.
So there's lots of variables, but
Okay.
I don't want to
Yeah.
micromanage the snow plow.
Oh, no, I don't either.
They
I'm
are
just
doing a
curious
great job.
if,
I know they're thinking this through. I mean, Dave Stones is.
yeah, and I'm loving it too. I mean, it was excellent job.
But do
Anywhere
ask the question.
else.
And we
Okay.
have to order more this year, so I think that shows that we don't over order in the beginning. And, but we need to make sure that we keep it steady. So I think that's an important aspect. I mean, some cities had to get, we only had to order extra salt once,
Twice.
twice. Some cities had to order it over and over and
Yeah,
over again,
it's-
which ended up being way
Yeah, really
expensive
in
for
the
them.
hole.
So at least we were somewhat prepared.
I
Purpose
would
got a
say though,
solution To, in this, there's an auger solution that would allow us to get more dry salt and keep it, that way it's not subject.
Extra weight.
Right, so you look like you're a little
I,
skeptical of
I,
that.
I heard auger and I thought spreader auger and I.
Oh, no, this is at the salt shed.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm with you. I would say though, 44418.601, I think 50 would do the trick there, Chris. Now, I don't know if you've jumped this for inflation or anything like that.
This is
But
just what Corbett asked for, because I think he's gonna get that auger and stack that salt super high. But you
Yeah.
can see we budgeted this year 52,000 after the second, round of changes in the budget, and we went over to 54. So
I just think this is the storm we've had this year is world breaking, right? Records it's off the
broke
charts,
83
right?
by far.
It's
Way.
it's huge.
And we're not
I
done
don't
yet.
think we're gonna get that again. I wouldn't
Depends on
drop
who's
it too
praying.
far. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, if Jody and Carrie will stop praying, we should be fine. But I don't know if 60 personally makes sense. But if Corbett says 60, then I'd prefer to lean on him. But I just think,
Well, could you make that 50 and put 10 up?
well,
on-
here's
But
the
it's not
thing.
perishable. I mean,
On
I would
wages?
way
Do you
rather
see what
have
I'm
it
saying?
And not need it than need
Well,
it and not have
Could you
it.
take the
If
10
we
off there and
bought-
put it up there?
$50,000 worth of salt right out of the gate, we're getting a lot more salt than when we buy it mid-season.
Okay, so that's true. That
Right. So if we can pack it in there super high and deep, and especially we can get rid of those racks and move all that stuff out and then pull those concrete berms and just use it for only salt, you can get 50,000. I think you'll have to verify this with Corbett, but we'll be able to get a lot more salt right out of the gate in there, and it'll be drier. Thus it's lighter. Thus we get more for the dollar.
And it's never wasted, like you say, it just sits there.
I just think we could save 10 grand there personally. Because if we repeat this year, next year, it'll be fun.
It will be.
That's one way of looking at it. I do love plowing though, so I'm okay with it, but still.
So Janet, what were you saying?
Well, I'm just saying if you're gonna take 10 off of there, if you're gonna take it off of the salt, move it up to the wages.
Okay. So do you want to drop that to 50? Then it only puts us about.
And raise it.
And raise the wages to 40. I mean, that does make up some of the difference that you needed.
I thought we were gonna go all volunteer next year.
We're basically all volunteer.
I know. Well, it's worse than that.
We've actually had a few people ask.
How do you
not
feel
to be
about
paid.
that, Chris? Do you feel
Wow.
okay with
And
that?
Yeah,
David,
I think that
which I
works
agree
good.
with him, has come out and said no.
And then
We don't
Chris,
understand the real
what
cost of it
happens if we do get
take freebies,
another
so.
winter like we had this year, and if we don't have enough money in salt, but now we'll be able to pay people to plow the roads, but
We turn the heat and electricity off.
we'll just turn the heat off.
We cut travel, we cut electricity, we cut.
Okay,
Tell
well,
her- tell her
Ben,
about
good
that.
answer. I just was
Santa
curious.
Claus won't come to town next year.
Well, all I'm saying is we'll get $60,000 worth of salt for 50 if we're buying it in the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
true.
how long it will take that auger system to be installed. I mean, that would be something that.
And I'd put an asterisk on this. I'll talk to Corbett though
Mm.
before we shift this, but that's just my thought.
It's staying in the same department. It's just
Yeah.
shifting it around. You could always shift it back if you had to.
Yep.
I would recommend if you guys do approve this, because you'll see on line .740, there's still $35,000 in there for capital outlay stuff. That is for the auger system. It's been in the budget a couple times and it has not got accomplished. I would beg you guys to ask Corbett to get that done in July or August before the fall comes on and surprises us and we don't have time to build it because it'll just get reabsorbed in the budget again.
I think another variable here is if we're going through $60,000 worth of salt, those $30,000 worth of wages ain't gonna cover it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So those need to be linked
Yeah.
They're correlated.
Makes sense.
I think one thing, Mayor, we totally skipped over in the roads. So the roads budget is nearly $500,000. Employees ask for almost 900,000. But that's not even doing anything to our roads. We are getting, I think in our staff meeting, Jody or Mayor, correct me, was estimated we need $600,000 to $800,000 a year just to maintain what we have. For my
Yeah,
office.
so-
Where's
And
that
what
at?
we're
Back up at
gonna
roads.
recommend,
Oh.
Corbett is gonna talk to
Top of the page.
a professional, I don't even know what they are. They are in the business of road maintenance, and we're gonna have a lunch meeting, and everyone in the council, we'd like you to come and just hear what our options are. Because what we have found is that to do it in an ideal world is way out of our price range. And so what we've kind of defaulted to is we do nothing. So we're hoping that through this discussion with someone that is actually in the industry, maybe they can give us something that is within our budget, that it might not be everything we need, but at least it's something that is not just full neglect, which is kind of where we are right now. I mean, we do the crack seal and we do some of the other things, but as far as like managing, the ongoing recommended maintenance, it sounds like we're leaving that almost.
Do you know what
entirely.
day that will be?
No, Corbett's working on it.
I asked him today if he had a date and he said he didn't have a chance to.
Okay,
Get
just let us know as soon as possible.
But even with that, none of that is contemplated in this current budget. So it does, we would have to find a funding source for, I mean, for my part, I didn't want to include just a highly speculative amount. I thought that, okay, well, let's find out how much it's going to take. And then since it's an election year for some of you, I thought I'd really put the screws to the residents and also increase or ask for a roads fee in addition to a 24% tax increase.
I
Basically guaranteeing none of you are reelected, but.
It's the right time to do it.
No, I don't want to do anything to make you reconsider, but I would like to get some numbers because right now it's just kind of squishy.
The roads have been hard since the
Ever.
day I was elected, and I know they were hard before that.
Yeah.
Yep, they've
Hey,
always
Janet,
been.
We've
Why
actually
don't
done
you run
more
again
work on
and
the
sit on
roads
2 seats?
since I've been elected than we've ever done.
You can
anything
vote
else.
twice.
So I don't think it's fair to say we've neglected it, but I think there's a difference between what we've been able to do and what a professional would recommend we do.
Right.
And there's a big gap there, and I think Corbett's pointed it out every single year. But what do you do? Right?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I apologize. I don't want to suggest that what has been done is, nothing. I just know that what I'm hearing is that what we're doing is a guaranteed trajectory into total system failure. And maybe that.
We just do Band-Aids because we never have been able to have enough to do a full project. I mean, we did Woodland Hills Drive. We spent a whole lot of money, and then we found out afterwards there was some things that didn't work right. Right? It wasn't what we really thought overall, and the integrity of the road or the life cycle of the road wasn't extended. But it was a lot of money that went into that, and I think. It goes back to just when the city was done. The county didn't make them put in the roads correctly, and it's just been an ongoing problem since then. I don't know if we can get to a point where even a road fee would cover our road issues, but at least it could help supplement some road issues.
Yeah, so the timeline that Corbett has sketched out is like, and I can't remember it exactly, but he is basically, I mean, there's the, what you should be doing, I think, Jody, maybe you can help me remember, every year, or maybe it's every 3 years.
Well, there's a 3-year cycle. I mean, after roads, the city accepts it, you should put an overlay or a seal on it. And then there's a 3 or 5 year or 8 year, which is kind of what we've been on, probably stretched to 10-year rotation. I think part of the problem though is we started for instance, Spring Drive and replacing that in 2018
Mhm.
before the fire. And the fire came and then it didn't happen till we took the water project on. Sometimes we don't do the projects because they don't happen, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
But a roads fee,
There's
like we were
several
doing
things
just
we
some
were gonna
quick
do.
numbers and I mean, it could add up like a $25 per month per household fee. I mean, that's a couple of $100,000, which, I mean, you could make.
and that might be
Well,
able to let you
Lauren-
pay off that $580,000 loan and then be able to take another loan out to do a large chunk of roads at one time where you contract it out. You have your project manager there that's there to manage it, who's responsible for it. We get the durability from it. And
Yeah, that's what I was gonna mention is, right now, the real problem is that we don't have enough revenue sources that we can bond against. The only ones we've got are the BNC road funds, the sales tax, and then our property tax. Those are really the only revenue sources that we have that we can get those bonds. And without the bonds, you end up doing shorter pieces of road. It's more expensive per linear foot because you don't get the scale, the benefits of scale. So when we did take out a $500,000 bond, and we were able to do a lot more overlays with that, it saved us a lot of money. But now we're still a few years out before we have that paid for. So anyway, I don't disagree with doing the road, and also the plows are hard on the roads.
Yeah.
Snow is hard on the roads. Freeze thaw is hard on the roads.
Water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of those things where we're living on a mountain, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I don't remember how we got to this topic specifically, but that the one thing that I did want to just kind of put out there is that I would like to have at least a professional come in and say, these are the steps that we should be taking if we maybe can't afford, but none of that really is, I don't think that's accounted for in our current roads budget.
This isn't even really doing a Band-Aid next year. It's just, things are so expensive now. There's only really $200,000 going into roads.
Chris, quick question. Do we have in our budget though or do we know if we're going to take care of the problems that we created on Woodland Hills Drive last year or?
They have to come back and fix those, right?
That, my understanding from court was they were covered under warranty.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have to pay for those, I believe, because what we did is.
Oh, I thought it was a warranty.
Because Corbett was saying, because we did an overlay, and the overlay is just gonna get pulled up every time. So he was saying that the solution is to cut out the asphalt and then taper it down, or else you'll just get the same thing every year. Maybe we could get them to come and do another overlay, I don't know, but it won't solve the problem. I mean, this one didn't even last a year. I mean, it didn't even last 6 months.
Well, it lasted 2 storms.
Yeah.
It was not a great job.
It was not great quality of service. Their workmanship was terrible.
Well, and the only reason I say that is because our typical complainer right there has started to complain again at the corner of Loafer and Woodland Hills Drive.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's a big hole.
Yeah.
So
I swerve around it.
yeah, no, I agree. My teeth rattle every time I come down the hill. But I don't know that I don't know that it would be a warranty repair.
Okay.
I mean,
Did something change since last Wednesday? Because last Wednesday we were told that it was covered under warranty and they were going to come up and fix it.
Because they did a terrible job on the transitions between the road and the overlay.
Yeah.
It was really
Great.
thick and it should have been tapered more and it wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as it was done, I got calls from residents. Are they gonna come back and fix that? Because it was wavy and bumpy and it was bad.
Chris, would you mind just verifying that then? If we can get that in an email so we can give it to our resident complainer and let them know
Yeah,
that.
can we, let's bring it up tomorrow staff meeting because it was brought up last week and it said they were coming back from warranty.
We only have one resident.
Wow.
No.
Pretty impressive.
That's cool.
Okay, let's keep
Hey,
going.
Chris, what about 4418648 fuel?
Yeah, so we separated fuel out and repairs and maintenance from, they were under 600 before. Let's see, let me get that right. Yeah, so this one we were able to, I was able to change the account. Nope, sorry, it was under 602, change the title of this also. So basically we're just trying to separate out, what we want to know is how much the trucks are using and then how much each truck is costing in repairs. And now we'll add the wages, a section for wage also for repairs on here too, so we can really truly see what it's costing us.
So although the number went down, it's just because we separated those three things.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
And then the principal and interest is just an estimation, once again, that's shared between 3 departments. Parks and salary or parks and wages, the biggest one, under public parks is adding the chipper days, keeping that in there at 20 grand. And then Craig had indicated that the lawnmower is pretty much gone, junk. So he needs to get a new lawnmower, so that'd be under .740. Okay, let's talk about transfers. Not looking to transfer anything into fire anymore because fire is getting a fire truck. Looking to up EMS by $1,000 so we can start saving for the next ambulance. That ambulance we have there is a 2013. Someday it's going to poop out. Snow plowing, doubling snow plowing from 5,000 to 10,000 with the savings. Capital projects for roads, just kind of keeping that as a placeholder for 5,000. The same with parks. But this is where we can look at cutting back property taxes. And this is a recommendation that Janet was talking about earlier from the finance committee and something the mayor and I have been looking at. And that is, we have about $110,000 saved to put as a down payment on the fire truck. Cash is pretty clean right now because of the way things are in the economy. But because we've got so much need and a 24% staring us at our face at a tax increase, we could take that $100,000 out of savings for the fire truck, fully lease the fire truck out and the equipment that's on there with Zions Bank, wrap that all into a payment, take that $100,000 in savings, bring it into the general account, drop the tax burden on the residents from about 24% to about 13-ish%. Once again, I'm still hoping that's high because I don't have the numbers from the state, what all the assessments are coming in at for the homes this year.
Would that lower the interest we earn?
It does lower.
Just a question.
Yes,
Okay.
it does lower it by half point as of right now. Depending where we stand, a half point, if we borrowed 530,000 would be great versus borrowing 460,000. But if we get into 600,000, then we'll be more to break even or higher than if we borrowed less. We just don't have those numbers yet because we don't have the full. I got the equipment list this afternoon from Craig. Zions Bank is down here this week for the city managers meetings, which I'll be going to, and I'll be meeting with him to see what he can do on prices and stuff. They just got some favorable rates for a special service district at 3.17 for interest rates, but we'll probably be 4.5 to 5%.
If they borrow a little bit more, they get a little bit lower interest rate. So
Right.
that's the benefit.
Right.
Over $500,000.
Yeah.
So that's one option. If we do that, roll in the 100,000, we can drop down the need on the property taxes, which we keep just hitting everybody's pocketbook in the city. And it's just so expensive. This year's really bad with electricity, and electricity I understand is not done. I understand
They
Pace and
said it's
Sewers.
gonna be more.
Pace and Sewers not done. They're going to have to raise their rates.
Mike Taylor said that, yes.
Dominion raised their rates, and I don't know if anybody heard much about that. But that was crazy.
They're still losing money.
They are,
He has a buddy that's on the board.
yeah, they're going to be adjusting their
Right.
power cost adjustment rate. There's a public hearing coming up on that. So
Yeah, SCSD, Dominion Energy, Payson Sewer, the school district, they're all going up. And so, I mean, yeah, we can say.
Why are we
need
turning
to do
off
the
power
same
plants
thing.
and coal plants then? Why are we shutting them down?
Right.
I'm just saying.
Huh?
Why? I'm just saying.
And encouraging
Why?
electric
It's a
cars.
rhetorical question, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the general budget. We still haven't gotten into the capital projects or the water, which could go a little faster.
Okay.
If you guys want to
Let's
chew
go.
on this for a minute, but let's go to capital projects. First one, this is just the capital project we have set up. Nothing really goes in and out. However, and with Carrie's suggestion, or the whole scar on the hill and replanting that and stuff, if we want to start putting money away each year to cover that cost, if we can't get that rolled into one of these federal grants, this would be a perfect vehicle to start putting X away per year, because we're still 2 or 3 years away from starting this project. So that would be a prime place, which is not in the general budget. We'd have to budget some in the general budget to transfer over to that capital projects. So keep that in mind. If we go to the next page, on page 7, which is the capital projects for fire, this once again is where we would take money out. We're not going to be putting any money in here for future fire truck. 42 is EMS. They have about $15,000 in there that could go towards a vehicle coming up. Snow plowing has about this would be 25,000 if we if you guys vote on that 10,000 there. Page 10. This is the roads capital projects. Let's talk about this one for just a second. We have a fund balance in this one of over $330,000. We took from the fund balance this current year $300,000 to cover Loafer Drive. That's not going to be enough. A lot of this money still deals with that $580,000 note we talked about earlier that we got from Bank of Utah. So with the fund balance and knowing that the rates are increasing, it's being proposed on line 4220.75 West Loafer to do $330,000 there. Unless prices take a jump, that should be close to covering it. Plus, then we've got that UDOT Community Development Grant carry. I'm just putting that in at 116,000. That's basically carryover from the previous year.
Yep.
Next, page 11. Parks. I think they've got about $4,000 in there. And then the water on page 12. Do we want to tackle that right now, or do you have any questions on capital projects?
Well, Chris, you and I did talk about, after I had kind of talked with Craig, you know, this year and for the last few years, we haven't had what we would deem an emergency that was a big expense. But this year we did buy some sandbags, and if there was an incident of any sort, we had a meeting in the county, and it just kind of came up for discussion on if you have flooding or if you have an avalanche or if you have anything, how do you budget for that? And so when I brought it up with you and brought it up with Craig, we don't really have any savings per se if we had a big incident that we did have to pay for all by ourselves. You know, and so we talked about maybe potentially having some sort of a capital fund that could be whether we had a fire or a flood or something that was not covered by insurance or by a federal thing, so that we have the ability to have something in place. But
That's not really accurate. We've had savings, and we've actually had
Right.
quite a bit.
Right. Right. I'm talking about just designated for this particular thing. Like when Craig and I were talking about, you know, when we were, I mean,
You're saying earmark. You want to earmark the money.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I think you're talking about like a rainy day fund.
yeah, kind of, but
The
more
hard part
specific.
is the state doesn't really want cities to have rainy
Right.
day funds.
We only can keep 25% of our annual budget in a rainy day fund.
No.
And that's intentional because
Right.
they don't want to have a bunch of cities hoarding
Taxpayer dollars.
their money. And so, you know, it's kind of again, I've talked with Mike McKell about this, that, you know, that's what happened with the fire is all of a sudden we had a big expense the mitigation and we didn't have a rainy day fund. So that's why the state had to come in and kick in the money, was because the state's the one who has the rainy day fund, not us.
Right. Well, and I had to go ask for that. It wasn't, they didn't just offer it. We had to
No,
beg
I
and
get
steal
that.
for it,
I
right?
get that.
But this would be more of, as Chris and I were talking the other day, more of a, so instead of saying, like right now, we needed some sandbags, we got them for a really good price. We don't know if we'll use any, but we wanted to have them on hand just in case. Chris had to figure out where that came from because we don't necessarily have an emergency. I mean, we have emergency rainy day, but an emergency pot that just went for specific things in the city that weren't covered under any other budget, whether it would be fire. I mean, if we had a fire here at the city center, we would go through our insurance and get some money, but maybe not all of it would be covered, or there might be expenses we would need immediately, right? And if we don't have a little bit somewhere for it, and it's just a topic that Chris and I thought that we should at least throw out there, not that we have a space for it, but just to be thinking about it.
But that's actually my point, is we do have those spaces for it. It's called operations, it's called supplies, it's called all those line items where we've got money, and we maybe some years spend it, maybe some years don't. But that is in the budget so that if we did have to move, I mean, sandbags are kind of a bad example because honestly, those should just come out of supplies. That it doesn't need to come out of emergency supplies. It's just supplies, and it's supplies that we need. It's the same as toilet paper. So I guess I'm not understanding.
I guess, Chris, maybe you could explain it better than what I was doing, but just that idea that administration wouldn't want it out of their supplies, fire doesn't want it out of their supplies, emergency management doesn't even have supplies, so you know, we wouldn't want to take it out of road supplies, even though it might be something for protecting infrastructure. And so that was more of the case because all of this stuff is pretty well designated for something specifically. And these would be more of the unknown,
Yeah,
a
but
little
that-
bit for
but
unknowns.
that's the problem with thinking about it that way, is that by definition, a budget, I mean, you could have an unknown budget line item. You know,
Well, it would
a
be
line item
labeled.
for a line item for things we don't know we're going to have to spend.
It would be emergency supplies. And that's what I brought it up because as a meeting that we were at with emergency managers, the topic came up on how do you put this into your budget? Where does it come from? You know, and some people have it under law enforcement, some people have it fire, some have it emergency management, some just have city emergencies that could be then more open to all sorts of stuff. So I brought it to Chris, and Chris just said, how about we talk about it? So if you don't think that it's needed, we don't have to have the discussion. We don't have to waste our time, but it was just something to bring it up to say, just to give a little bit more distinction between general supplies like toilet paper and emergency supplies that we may need if there is an emergency.
Well, I think the approach that makes the most sense for me is if it's an emergency, okay, and those do happen. I'm not disagreeing that they don't. But in the emergency, what you do is you say, okay, this is, I mean, same with my family budget. If I have an emergency, if I have an appliance goes out, I have to take it from somewhere else. And I have to say, okay, because I have to replace this appliance, we're not going on the summer vacation that we planned. That's the way I think our residents expect us to handle those kinds of things. So I'd hate to budget for the unknown when we really should be saying, okay, we're not going to do this then. We're not going to do this then. We're not going to do this then. And that to me is the better way of handling your budget.
So if I understand you correctly, David, what you're saying is if an emergency happens, we look at things we may not do the rest of the year, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Like we did with salt this year.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing
That
Katie
doesn't
say
sound
is,
the same. Yes.
Because we got a lot of sandbags we can use as toilet paper. So I think that's a great idea.
Well, and
Yeah.
and I want to be super clear.
Sacrifices.
The reason I use the example of toilet paper is the sandbags are not that expensive. So it's, but let's say we had something bigger, like, I don't know, where
An airplane drop of retardant, because we have to pay for the first one or two and they're 12 to 20 grand a piece.
yeah, so in the case of a 12 to 20 grand a piece kind of a deal, then that obviously is a slightly different budget discussion, but it's also not something that I think we should plan for. We shouldn't have a $20,000 line item in case we have that big of a problem. You know, that's a different discussion.
Right, I'm not saying 20,000 either. I was just, this was a discussion that Chris and I had that, you know, he thought that it might be a good idea, and so I brought it up.
All right.
Carrie, I don't, sorry, this was.
That's okay.
This
We
was
were
your
just
idea.
talking over it.
I think we were talking over it, yeah.
We were just talking it over in generalities and said, let's just bring it up and just in case, and if it doesn't, if nobody wants it, we're good to move on. No big deal.
All right. Well, any further discussion on that?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about emergency management, because this page up on the screen is not in your papers because it came after. So emergency management has asked for their own capital projects fund because they plan on raising money and they'd like it separated from the general fund for emergency management type stuff. They've talked about medical supplies or trailers or things to gear up for, and there's grants and things out there. And so we have set that up to be in the budget there. So in the event they do start getting money, we can separate it out.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I like that idea, actually.
Okay, in the last page 12, let's rattle through the water real quick.
Oh, boy.
Now we're going to touch the water revenue. This is basically the first year we've had the new rates for the full solid year. So we're going to see how those come out. Still looking like we're going to be on tap for $740,000-ish. We'll see where that comes in. Let's go down to the expenses, taking the salaries and wages up a little bit, but that's in coordination because we're not going to spend as much on roads. And probably the next big one's going to be utilities, but let's keep going down. Yep, utilities. Going from about 57,000 to 80,000 in utilities.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know. When we've looked at the checks and I've seen what they've paid monthly at first, I thought, oh my word, how does the city center cost that much? But when you realize it's the salt shed and the park
And then you look at
everything.
your own bill and realize how much it went up. And my husband's like, you're not turning off enough lights. I said, did you forget that there was an increase?
If
If we're not in the room, the lights are off. If you drive by
same
our
with
house,
us.
it looks dark all the time.
Same
If you
with
look at-
ours.
If you look above your head, those are some of the most inefficient lights nowadays. The ones that Alan Wakefield did downstairs, which are LEDs, are very, very efficient. So
We should have Corbett swap them out.
there's a plan. I think they're still working on that right now, just to do some here,
Take
some.
that at the emergency budget fund.
Let's see. Line 6450, water
It's
maintenance.
late.
This is adding $40,000 to pay for the Maple Canyon Wealth that Salem did. We're gonna owe them that money.
What line was that again?
6450.
6450.
So it went from $60,000 this year to $100,000 next year. Cover that. And thank goodness, look, we've only spent about $5,500 this year so far. So that was some good money spent on those pipes that we replaced. The next line down, Carrie, I put the 188,000 back in here for the ARPA funds. I think we
Yeah.
have to spend them by September of 24.
Yeah, another year. You know, we've been waiting to get matching funds to continue our phase 2 of the water line replacement because we realized we don't have the money to replace it. We haven't been able to find a matching grant at all. I don't know if it's just like our road projects, if we just, say, oh, well, we're not doing it. We have the same problem with our water projects, and so I keep thinking, do we use it for something else, or do we hold hope that we can find? There's an infrastructure, a brand new committee that the governor has for water infrastructure funding that just started. So I'm going to ask about that next week when we're in our league meetings to see if that's up and going and if there's any way to, to connect with them to find out if they've identified anything else to help cities. Because everything that we've looked at so far, that cost benefit ratio that they're applying doesn't apply to us because we don't have a big enough population and we're not considered rural enough.
Does it get more rural?
Hey, Chris,
Yes.
something I'm noticing here. So on the 6451 ARPA funds, we're expensing that, but we're not bringing it in from wherever that money is up in the income section. That
Yeah.
seems wrong.
It's in 5242. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Transfer ARPA funds in from general.
But it says zero.
But it
That
says
was- So remember, this is the enterprise fund, so it runs more like a traditional business fund where it comes out of the retained earnings. We don't have to put it on the profit and loss statement. Where we do on the general government side, we have to
I
put
get
it.
that. I'm just trying to reconcile the fact that right now we're sitting at a 309 deficit. And so I'm just saying, I don't believe having that 188 there on the expense side it's not an accurate portrayal unless you add that to the income side as well. And I realize not profit and loss, all that stuff, but still
That should change your bottom line.
that would change the bottom line significantly. Now, having said that, that still doesn't make up. We're still, sitting at, $100,000 or so, $112,000 deficit, even at that. And
Yeah.
so what I really see is somehow we've got to bring our expenses, our budget expenses down for us to not go over.
So this year, I would disagree with that because last year we had the first year of water rate increases. And those money are sitting in the fund balance at the moment. And the state did that on purpose before our first payment was due, so we could get our feet wet and see where everything ends up. Next year, we have this discussion, we can look at that. But right now, the money is sitting on the balance sheet portion. And that's where it is. I can look, I don't think there's a vehicle to bring the money in on the traditional financial statements, but let me check with our auditors and see if we can put an income line to offset that so it doesn't look like we're losing 300 grand
Yeah.
and make that look a little bit better.
But like I said, we're still down 112.
But it's sitting in the balance sheet.
Okay.
The balance sheet has a healthy fund balance right now,